You've been taught that reality is fixed, that your environment, your circumstances, your relationships are all external facts. Immutable, concrete, objective. You've been told you have to work harder, think smarter, or just wait for the right time. But there's something they didn't teach you. Something that shifts everything. Right now, there's an invisible force surrounding you. A silent architect sculpting your experiences. It's not mystical. It's not philosophical. It's physics, real, measurable, and active in your life whether you know it or not. It's your personal electromagnetic field. And it's tuning your reality moment by moment. Your thoughts are not just brain activity. They're frequency emitters. Every emotion, every belief, every internal dialogue sends out signals that form the energetic envelope around you. This field isn't passive. It's a filter, a tuner. It determines what versions of people, outcomes, and timelines you can access, and which remain invisible. And here's the part no one's ever told you with clarity. Reality doesn't respond to your wishes. It responds to your frequency. In this series, you're not just going to understand this, you're going to use it. We're going to uncover the quantum mechanics behind why your life looks the way it does. And exactly how to shift it using frequency alignment. Not someday. Now. Across these 50 precision-engineered chapters, you'll explore how every thought carries a tuning signature, and how your electromagnetic field either constrains or unlocks your personal reality. You'll see how small shifts in your signal recalibrate your entire field, and why most people unknowingly stay stuck in the same loop year after year, unaware that their energy is trapped in a feedback cycle. This is not motivation. This is not visualization. This is not New Age window dressing. This is a practical, grounded exploration of how you are broadcasting, at all times, a frequency that shapes your access to possibility. We'll break down what happens when your field is distorted, when you leak energy, when trauma locks you into lower timelines, and how to break free from those invisible loops. And then we'll move deeper. You'll learn how to intentionally clean your energetic signal, align your mind and heart into coherence, and sharpen the resonance of your desires so reality has no choice but to respond differently. You'll discover how to collapse timelines, interact with your future self, and rewire the blueprint of your personal field using sound, intention, and body alignment. Every aspect of this video is designed to elevate your awareness, increase your frequency precision, and show you how to navigate life like someone who's no longer waiting, but choosing. We're not here to explore theory. We're here to shift your access to a completely different version of life. So if you've been trying to manifest with inconsistent results, if you've noticed recurring patterns you can't explain, if you've felt that subtle pull toward something higher but couldn't quite get there, stay with this. By the end of this series, you won't just understand your field. You'll be shaping it with intent, clarity, and power. Let's begin. There's a reason life can feel repetitive, predictable, unchanging, and it's not because you lack discipline. It's not because you haven't healed enough. It's because the world you see isn't the only one that exists. Let's cut through the fog. You are not living in reality. You're living in a version of reality, a specific frequency band filtered through the field you carry around you every day. This isn't philosophical abstraction. It's physics. Everything in existence is frequency. Every object, sound, thought, and interaction is vibrating. But what most people never question is, why do I see what I see, hear what I hear, experience what I experience, and not something else? Here's the answer. Your personal field tunes your awareness. Like a radio selecting a station, your energy field filters infinite quantum possibilities and stabilizes the one that matches your current frequency. That's why you could be in the same city as an opportunity, but miss it entirely. That's why two people raised in the same home live completely different lives. It's not mindset, it's tuning. Now here's where it gets precise. Your electromagnetic field isn't random. It's shaped moment by your thoughts, emotions, beliefs, and the subtle energy patterns you've rehearsed for years. If your dominant thought patterns are focused on lack, even subconsciously, your field begins resonating with timelines that confirm scarcity. Not because life is punishing you, but because your field is matching you with the version of reality that aligns with that signature. This is not metaphor. Studies in quantum biology and field theory are beginning to catch up with what many mystics sensed intuitively for centuries. That consciousness isn't just housed in the brain. It interacts directly with the quantum field through measurable energy emissions, particularly from the heart and brain. So when we say your thoughts tune reality, we're talking about the energetic field they generate. It's measurable, it's reactive, and it's shaping everything from what ideas come to you, to what relationships stick, to which challenges recur. You may have heard people say, you attract what you are. Let's be even clearer. You don't attract, you filter. That's a much more precise description. Your life doesn't randomly give you experiences. It gives you what fits. It gives you people, opportunities, and challenges that match your dominant frequency signature, whether you're conscious of it or not. So the first unlock here is awareness. You cannot shift what you don't perceive. And most people have never been taught to feel or read their own field. Think of it this way. If your thoughts are signals, your field is the antenna. It sends, it receives, and most importantly, it selects. You're not just reacting to life. You're broadcasting. Your signal is going out into a sea of infinite potential. And it's saying, this is me. This is what fits. This is what I expect. And the field responds. And when it doesn't, when life feels out of sync, that's a misalignment between what you think you're projecting and what your field is actually tuned to. Now, here's a truth that may confront your current belief system. Your conscious desires mean very little compared to your unconscious field. You can say you want abundance, but if your energy is coated with unworthiness, fear of loss, or unresolved survival programs, your field will suppress higher frequency options and reinforce the timeline you're already in. This is why change can feel hard, because trying to think positive doesn't rewrite your field. It's not your words. It's the frequency behind them that reality responds to. So how do we change it? First, by recognizing that tuning is not an event. It's a constant process. You're never not tuning. The only question is, are you tuning intentionally, or are you unconsciously repeating the frequency patterns you absorbed from childhood, trauma, or cultural programming? Every moment, you're selecting a frequency. Every emotional reaction is a tuning adjustment. Every repetitive thought is a broadcast. So let's move this from concept to function. Starting now, ask yourself, what does my current field feel like? What emotional tones am I rehearsing throughout the day? When I walk into a room, what kind of energetic signature do I leave behind? These aren't abstract questions. They're field diagnostics, and they will tell you more about your reality trajectory than any vision board or journal ever could. Because it's not about what you want. It's about what your field is tuned to accept as possible. This doesn't mean you're stuck. It means you now have the awareness to change the filter. You don't need to overhaul your life. You need to change your signal. That begins by understanding the core truth we're laying out in this first chapter. Reality isn't something that happens to you. It's something you select, sustain, and stabilize through your frequency. This awareness changes everything. Because once you accept that your field is the gatekeeper of possibility, you stop forcing outcomes. You stop pleading with life to give you more. And you start refining the one thing that always shapes what shows up, your tuning. Next, we will explore this tuning process more specifically. You've now seen that reality reflects your frequency. But what creates that frequency in the first place? It begins with your thoughts. Each one sending out a distinct energetic signature that reshapes the terrain around you, often without your conscious awareness. Let's get into it. By now, it's clear that your field determines the version of reality you experience. But where does that field come from? What's feeding it? What generates its shape, frequency, and signal strength? Here's the core: your thoughts. Not in the vague positive thinking sense. Not in the feel-good motivational sense. But in the technical, energetic, field-modifying sense. Every thought you think produces a measurable electromagnetic signal. It's not metaphorical, it's literal. Your brain emits specific frequencies, and those frequencies are then interpreted, amplified, or resisted by your emotional and physiological state. The result? A composite signal, a unique tuning signature, that is constantly broadcasting from your system into the surrounding quantum field. This signature is never neutral. It's either stabilizing your access to new probabilities or reinforcing your current timeline. And here's the part that most people miss. Not all thoughts are created equal. Some thoughts are fleeting. They generate a whisper of energy, barely registering in your field. Others are soaked in emotional charge, fear, hope, shame, desire, and these are the thoughts that pack a punch. These thoughts broadcast deeper into the quantum field and tend to anchor more persistent timelines. But the most powerful of all? Repetitive thoughts. The thoughts you rehearse every day. The ones you don't even hear anymore because they've become background noise. Those are the architects of your field. They shape your signal not because they're true, but because they're consistent. And consistency in the quantum field is everything. It tells the environment, this is my signal. This is the station I tune to. This is the version of reality I'm aligned with. And reality, in response, organizes itself around that frequency pattern. Let's say you consistently think, I never have enough time. That thought, over time, becomes not just a concept, it becomes a signal. And what happens? Your field begins to tune into timelines where you're always rushed, always late, always behind. Not because time is short, but because you've assigned your energy to that frequency. Or consider this one. No matter what I do, it's never enough. That's not just a belief. It's a tuning code. Your electromagnetic field picks it up and begins filtering your environment for matching outcomes. Relationships where you're unappreciated, careers where you're overlooked, situations where your efforts seem invisible. This is how thought becomes field, and field becomes reality. But here's the part that unlocks true transformation. You can catch your tuning signature before it stabilizes. You can learn to sense it, shift it, and replace it with a signature that aligns with higher probabilities. It starts by becoming radically aware of the thoughts you think, not just when you're trying to be positive, but during the in-between moments. The idle scrolling, the commute, the self-commentary when no one else is around. That's when your true tuning pattern reveals itself. The quiet internal narration is not just commentary, it's calibration. Your signal is being adjusted in real time, and most people never realize it. Now here's the nuance. This isn't about micromanaging your every thought. That's unsustainable and unnecessary. It's about recognizing which thoughts carry charge, repetition, and identity. And understanding that those are the ones shaping your field. Let's break it down. A thought becomes a field-shaping signal when it meets 3 criteria. It's emotionally charged. It's not just an idea. It feels like something. It's repeated frequently. You think it more than a few times per day or week. It aligns with a belief you identify with. It feels true to you, whether or not it's objectively accurate. When a thought hits all 3, it becomes a dominant signal in your field. And once it's dominant, it begins filtering possibilities accordingly. You won't just experience certain outcomes. You'll miss entire categories of options that were available but didn't match your signal. That's the cost of unconscious tuning. But the inverse is also true. When you become conscious of your tuning signature, you can start shifting it gently, consistently, without forcing. And that's when your field begins opening doors that were previously invisible. Here's the first practical step. Catch the signature early. Throughout the day, pause and ask, what thought am I repeating right now that's subtly shaping my experience? Don't argue with it. Don't shame it. Just notice it. That's your signal trace. That's what your field is working with. Next, ask, is this a signal I want stabilizing my future? If the answer is no, you don't fight the thought. You overwrite it not by affirming the opposite, but by broadcasting a new emotional frequency. Here's the key. Thoughts change nothing unless they shift your state. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to shift the emotional voltage behind the thought. For example, if your recurring thought is, I'm behind, don't just say, I'm not behind. Instead, tune into a feeling of calm readiness. Breathe into the space where pressure dissolves. That shift changes your field, because now your energy is saying, I move in timing, not urgency. That's tuning. This is not about controlling reality. It's about adjusting your frequency so that reality adjusts to you. You are not begging the universe for better outcomes. You're emitting a signal that says, I'm aligned with this level of possibility, and the field answers accordingly. Now we will take this even further. You've begun sensing how thoughts create a signature and that signature shapes experience. But what's carrying that signal into the world? It's time to explore the actual field you live in, the invisible but deeply active electromagnetic layer surrounding you, and how it's communicating with the world around you at every moment. Let's get into it. You're surrounded by a force most people never see, never measure, and never question. Yet it's influencing every conversation you have, every opportunity you miss, and every path your life follows. It's your electromagnetic field. And right now, it's broadcasting a signal that the quantum environment is responding to. This is not imagination. This is measurable physics. Your heart produces the most powerful electromagnetic field in your body, thousands of times stronger than that of the brain. This field extends several feet beyond your skin, and while most people can't see it, they absolutely feel it. That gut sense you get when someone walks in the room, that immediate comfort or discomfort around certain people. You're not reacting to words. You're responding to field resonance. But here's the part that impacts your entire life trajectory. This field isn't just influencing how others feel around you. It's actively communicating with your environment, filtering outcomes, directing events toward or away from you. Long before you act, speak, or decide anything, your field is the first messenger, and it's speaking before you do. This broadcast is shaped by your thoughts, emotions, past imprinting, and current coherence or lack of it. It's dynamic. It shifts constantly, and the quantum field is listening. The big myth is that reality responds to your intentions. The truth is, reality responds to your broadcast. Intentions that remain trapped in the mind, unfelt, uncharged, uncoherent, don't penetrate the field. But emotions, beliefs, repeated thought patterns charged with expectation, those hit the field with full force. That's what makes the broadcast. Here's the crux. You're not walking through reality. You're moving through a reflected field mirror, a layered echo of your internal frequency signature. The people who show up, the deals that fall through, the coincidences you call lucky or unlucky. They're not random. They're responses. Your field is calling them in or keeping them out. Now let's make this real. Consider this question. Have you ever been in a season of life where nothing worked, and then, suddenly, everything aligned at once? That wasn't just circumstance. That was a field shift. You likely changed your internal emotional landscape, maybe even unconsciously, and your electromagnetic field adjusted to match. And when it did, your broadcast changed. And that new broadcast? It started pulling in outcomes that were always possible, but never accessible from your old signal. That's the power of the invisible broadcast. But here's where most people short-circuit their own shift. They say the right affirmations. They visualize their goals. They even meditate. But their field? Still full of unresolved emotional debris, conflicting signals, incoherent charge. And the broadcast that reaches the field? Mixed, weak, contradictory. The result? Inconsistent outcomes, half-formed manifestations, starts and stops, and confusion about why things aren't moving. The problem isn't your desires. It's your broadcast. Your field is saying, I want expansion, while also saying, I don't trust it. It's saying, I'm ready for more, while also saying, I'm scared of being seen. It's saying, I choose abundance, while also saying, I don't deserve ease. These conflicting signals scramble your frequency, and a scrambled field cannot stabilize a coherent timeline. This is where your next level begins. Signal clarity. When your thoughts, emotions, body state, and beliefs begin to align, you create what's called coherent broadcast. And a coherent broadcast tunes into timelines with higher precision. In that state, people show up and say exactly what you need to hear. Paths open that you never considered. Obstacles move without force. Because your field is no longer repelling or distorting incoming probability streams. So how do you build coherence? Step 1. Resolve inner contradiction. Scan your intentions. Then scan your actual internal reaction to those intentions. If you say, I want love, but feel tension in your gut, your field is overriding your words. If you say, I'm ready for abundance, but your breath shortens and your jaw tightens, your field is broadcasting fear, not readiness. The field doesn't lie. It doesn't care what you say. It echoes what you are. Your work isn't to fake the signal. It's to refine it until it's no longer splintered. And when you do, you become magnetic, not in the fluffy law of attraction way, in the literal electromagnetic coherence sense. Your field stabilizes, the signal sharpens, and the quantum field around you begins to reorder. Next, we will explore the feedback loop between your field and your experiences. You've now seen how your broadcast affects the field. But how is the field responding to you? You're about to learn how every moment is giving you clues, real-time indicators of what your energy is actually calling in. Let's get into it. You've seen how your field broadcasts an invisible signal. You've seen how thoughts feed that signal and emotions either sharpen or distort it. You've seen how the quantum environment responds not to your hopes, but to your coherence. Now it's time to confront the part most people avoid. Your current reality is already showing you what your field looks like. Right now, today, your outer world is reflecting your inner broadcast. Not symbolically, not spiritually, energetically. This includes your income, your friendships, your emotional patterns, your environment, the opportunities you consistently attract or don't, the arguments that repeat, the wins that feel rare, the cycles that never seem to break. They aren't personal. They're informational. Your life is a frequency mirror, and most people are reading that mirror all wrong. Instead of seeing reality as a reflection, they interpret it as punishment, as randomness, as evidence of limitation. And in doing so, they miss the most important data point they have access to: feedback. Let's make this real. If your relationships consistently leave you drained, unheard, or undervalued, that's not just a relationship problem. That's a field reflection. It tells you something about your energetic baseline, specifically what your field is willing to accept, normalize, or overlook. If your finances constantly oscillate between barely enough and total lack, your signal is most likely coded with instability, fear, or scarcity memory. You can budget all you want, but until your field stabilizes into a frequency of sufficiency, you'll keep riding the same loops. If you keep saying you're ready for expansion, but only find yourself in environments that restrict growth, there's a mismatch. Your broadcast is asking for expansion while still emotionally rehearsing fear of visibility or judgment. The environment isn't creating the limitation. It's responding to the limitation already present in the field. This isn't criticism. It's your advantage. Because when you understand that everything around you is a mirror, not of what you want, but of what you broadcast, you finally have leverage. You stop blaming. You stop forcing. You stop asking, why is this happening to me? And you start asking, what is this showing me about my signal? This flips the power dynamic. You're no longer the victim of probability. You're the architect of filtration. And that changes everything. Let's go deeper. There are 3 main zones where field reflections show up consistently: emotional recurrence, situational loops, energetic discomfort in the body. These are not random annoyances. They're direct field reflections, data streams your environment is giving back to you based on your signal. Let's look at each one. Emotional recurrence is when the same emotion keeps reappearing in different circumstances. It might be anxiety, sadness, rejection, pressure, or guilt. Even if the stories change, the feeling stays the same. That's a sign your field is tuned to stabilize that emotional frequency. And the environment is cooperating, faithfully reflecting it back. Situational loops are patterns that seem to just keep happening. You switch jobs, but the same toxic authority figure shows up. You move cities, but your sense of isolation persists. Different names, different faces, but the same energetic script. That loop is the field saying, you've changed your scenery, but you haven't changed your signature. An energetic discomfort in the body, tightness in the chest, chronic fatigue, unexplainable pressure, gut agitation, often shows up as a sign of field dissonance. It's your system rejecting a frequency that doesn't match your next level, but you're still trying to hold both at once. The moment you interpret these not as flaws, but as feedback, your relationship to life transforms. You're not chasing signs anymore. You're reading the field with clarity, and that allows you to change your internal state, knowing it will be reflected externally. So how do you shift the mirror? By no longer reacting to the reflection, and instead, shifting the signal. That means you stop asking external conditions to change first. You stop needing others to validate, fix, or understand you. You stop needing the money to come in before you feel safe. You stop needing the outcome to appear before you allow joy. Instead, you tune first. You choose the feeling you want reality to reflect. Then begin practicing it moment by moment in your field. Not to fake something, not to perform, but to match your inner state with the version of life you actually want to experience. You're tuning to resonance before the world confirms it. And in doing so, you trigger the confirmation. This is one of the most misunderstood ideas in frequency science. You don't tune because things are good. Things become good because you've tuned. You're not waiting for results. You're broadcasting results. And reality is responding in real time. So if you want to know what your field is currently tuned to, look around. Your current life is the diagnostic tool. That's not defeat. That's clarity. And with clarity comes choice. Now we will look more closely at why this mirror effect often keeps repeating, even after you've tried shifting your mindset or behavior. The answer lies in something you haven't yet accounted for. The filter inside your field that locks you into specific timelines, making some possibilities seem effortless, while others stay out of reach no matter how hard you try. Let's unlock that. You've seen that your outer world reflects your internal frequency. You've seen that reality isn't random. It's filtered. But there's a specific mechanism responsible for this repetition. It's not a curse. It's not bad luck. It's not fate. It's a probability filter. This filter is a frequency algorithm within your personal field that governs which timelines you have access to. It determines the range of outcomes your energy allows into your lived experience. It's why some people seem stuck, even when they work hard, think positively, and do everything right. Their field is still filtering out the possibilities that don't match their dominant signal. Let's simplify it. In the quantum field, all versions of you exist. The wealthy you, the sick you, the successful you, the alone you, the expansive you, the fearful you. None of these are future projections. They are parallel probabilities, already encoded into the field, waiting to be accessed through vibrational match. So why do you keep landing on the same one? Because your filter hasn't changed. And that filter is built from emotional set points, your baseline feelings across time, identity beliefs, who you think you are, and what you believe is for you. Frequency memory, the energetic residue of past outcomes your field uses as reference. Together, these create a self-reinforcing filter. And filters do one thing: they exclude. They exclude possibilities that don't align with the current configuration. Here's how it works. Let's say your field is configured to expect struggle. Not because you enjoy it, but because it's familiar. It's emotionally familiar. You've seen it. You've felt it. It's what your nervous system has normalized. So the filter says, only show me paths where things require effort, obstacles are plenty, and progress feels delayed. Even when you consciously want ease, the field says, that doesn't match. We're not tuned to that signal. And so ease is filtered out. This is how the probability filter protects your status quo, even when that status quo isn't desirable. It's not sabotaging you. It's defending your coherence, the emotional and energetic patterns your system has rehearsed the longest. To shift this, you don't need to fight your past. You need to build a new dominant signal, one that begins to rewire your identity, emotional tone, and nervous system response. Because when you do, the filter changes. And with it, a new range of timelines becomes accessible. Let's make this even more precise. Your field is always scanning the quantum environment, asking one question: what's consistent with the current emotional signature of this being? If your consistent emotional signature is anxiety, then even success must come in an anxiety-producing form, otherwise it won't register as familiar or allowed. If your signature is guilt, then opportunities that require you to receive without overgiving will feel off. Your field will filter them out. If your signature is fear of abandonment, then relationships that feel stable may actually be repelled because they challenge your emotional pattern. This isn't sabotage. This pattern reinforcement, and your filter is its loyal servant. But here's the power shift. Filters are programmable. You're not stuck with the one you inherited from your childhood, your trauma, or your past timeline. You can reprogram it through consistent frequency shifting, especially emotional state repetition. This is why mindset work often fails, because mindset doesn't touch the filter. Only emotionally encoded frequency does. So how do you start shifting the filter? Step 1. Detect your default signal. Ask yourself, what is the emotional tone I carry throughout the day? What feeling shows up before I make big decisions? What pattern do I feel before outcomes happen? That's your filter signature. Step 2. Identify the pattern in your results. Don't look at individual moments. Look at patterns across time. Do your relationships start fast and end with distance? Do your creative projects stall right before completion? Do your finances improve temporarily, then crash? Patterns reveal filter configurations. Step 3. Interrupt the emotion at the origin, not the result. You don't wait until something goes wrong. You don't wait until a conversation fails. You shift the filter before the experience stabilizes. You do that by bringing in a new emotional tone, one that feels uncomfortable but possible. And you hold that tone longer each time. You breathe into the unknown. You soften into the joy without rushing to sabotage it. You welcome ease without guilt. It may feel unnatural at first. That's expected. You're reconfiguring a system that's been wired to stabilize a different outcome. But the moment the new emotional tone becomes more familiar than the old one, the filter reprograms, and your field unlocks timelines you didn't even know were available. You start seeing choices that were always there, but were invisible before. This is why frequency shifting isn't about effort. It's about access. When your field allows a new timeline, no forcing is required. Now we will look at the real fork in the road. You've understood that the filter locks in probabilities. But are you repeating old timelines, or ready to unlock new quantum outcomes? The answer lies in the next distinction, whether you're stuck in a frequency loop or standing at the threshold of a quantum leap. Let's get into it. You now understand that your life is filtered through the lens of your frequency. You've seen how emotional set points and belief patterns lock you into timelines. You've recognized that your signal, not your words or wishes, creates your outcomes. But now you face a deeper layer. Why does it feel like, even with this awareness, some patterns still repeat? Why do certain issues, whether financial, relational, or emotional, loop back again and again, like a song stuck on the same verse? This isn't coincidence. It's a frequency loop. And here's the hard truth. Until you disrupt the loop, your timeline cannot shift, no matter how much you know or how deeply you visualize. A frequency loop is an energetic repetition cycle that stabilizes a specific range of probabilities in your field. It doesn't care if you're inspired. It doesn't care if you've done the work. If the loop is still active, it pulls you back into the same emotional terrain, again and again. You recognize it by its rhythm. You feel a breakthrough. Things begin to move. And then suddenly you crash into the same wall. A familiar disappointment, a repeated shutdown, an emotional collapse that follows the same pattern. The names may change, the details may shift, but the energetic script stays the same. That's a frequency loop in action. So where does it come from? Loops form when unresolved emotional charges become stabilized in the field. They form anchors, locking your frequency into a cyclical pattern of energetic expression. Your field then begins to filter out all options that don't match that loop. The result? Recurring experiences that feel inescapable. This is not punishment. It's just energy stabilization. The loop continues not because you're failing, but because your field is still interpreting that frequency as your default setting. But now, with awareness, you can interrupt the loop. And that's when something entirely different becomes available. A quantum leap. A quantum leap is not a linear result of your effort. It's not the outcome of slowly climbing the ladder one step at a time. A quantum leap occurs when your field shifts so decisively, so coherently, that it suddenly gains access to a timeline you could not reach before. One that may have seemed improbable, unrealistic, or out of reach based on your past. And the leap isn't gradual. It's immediate. You don't wait for the field to catch up. It already has, because the signal changed fast enough to bypass the old filter. Here's the key. You don't earn quantum leaps. You tune into them. So how do you know when you're stuck in a loop versus standing at the edge of a leap? Here are the signs of a frequency loop. You notice a pattern of self-sabotage that activates at the same emotional milestone. You find yourself retreating after forward movement for no apparent reason. You repeat justifications like, "It always happens this way," or "Something always ruins it." You feel a short-lived expansion, immediately followed by contraction. And here are the markers of a field ready to leap. You experience intense emotional dissonance with your old environment. It feels energetically incompatible. You feel neutrality, not excitement, not fear, just certainty about the new frequency. Your body relaxes into the unknown without needing control. You begin to see quantum echoes, signs, synchronicities, unexpected alignments, all increasing in frequency. The distinction matters. In a loop, the field demands awareness, healing, and recalibration. In a leap, the field has already integrated the shift and is now responding with accelerated reality rearrangement. The secret is learning how to trigger the leap and override the loop. And that begins with what we call signal elevation. Signal elevation happens when you consciously raise the vibrational tone of your emotional and mental state without waiting for external confirmation. This is not about thinking positive. It's about tuning into the version of you that already lives in the higher probability, and sustaining that frequency long enough for the leap to lock in. Let's walk through the method. Step 1. Detect the loop anchor. Ask, what emotion repeats itself right before things break down? What thought consistently follows expansion? Where in your life does effort suddenly become sabotage? This is your anchor point. It's the part of your field stabilizing the loop. Step 2. Interrupt the response pattern. This step is crucial. You cannot think your way out of a loop. You must create a field disruption, an energetic interruption that tells your nervous system, we no longer react this way. That could mean pausing when you feel the urge to sabotage, breathing instead of speaking, walking away instead of explaining, holding neutrality instead of spiraling. These small disruptions signal to the field, we're no longer stabilizing this loop. Step 3. Activate leap signature. Once the loop begins to destabilize, you activate the new timeline by aligning with the frequency of your desired state. Not as a wish, but as a reality already chosen. You ask, how does the version of me on the higher timeline feel? What is their emotional tone? What is absent from their field that I'm currently carrying? And then you begin to shift, not in action first, but in energetic expression. You walk, breathe, speak, and rest from that frequency. You don't pretend. You inhabit. This is what triggers the leap. And it's fast. Because once the field receives a new coherent signal, it doesn't wait to deliver results. It begins collapsing probabilities immediately. Sudden phone calls, unexpected clarity, emotional releases, shifts in people around you. These are not anomalies. They are field reorientations. But be warned, leaps can also bring turbulence. Because when a new frequency arrives, everything that doesn't match will try to fall away. This can feel like loss, can feel like chaos, can feel like disruption. But it's none of those things. It's resonance correction. Your job is to hold the signal even as the old field dissolves. Because the leap doesn't stick until your frequency holds steady long enough to stabilize the new timeline. This is not wishful thinking. This is applied field dynamics. Now we will step even further. You've now learned how to identify a loop, how to initiate a leap, and how the filter locks or freeze timelines. But what's actually possible once you're outside the loop? Let's explore the full spectrum of who you already are, across infinite versions, infinite outcomes, and how to select from that quantum menu using your tuned frequency. Let's get into it. Up until now, you've worked with the understanding that your frequency shapes your current timeline. You've seen how thoughts form signatures, how your field filters probabilities, and how loops can either trap or free your outcomes. But now comes the paradigm shift that reframes everything. You're not creating a better version of yourself. You're selecting one. Right now, across the quantum field, every possible version of your life already exists. That's not fantasy. That's quantum mechanics. In every moment, you're choosing, consciously or unconsciously, which of those versions you will stabilize, which timeline you will broadcast, which reality will collapse into experience. This isn't about manifesting something from scratch. It's about accessing what is already encoded into the field. This concept, often misunderstood, is called the quantum menu. Picture it as a spectrum of frequency-coded possibilities, each representing a different version of you, different choices, outcomes, relationships, skills, emotions, and life paths. All of them real, all of them active, all of them waiting for resonant access. Let's break it down. There is a version of you who wakes up with ease, who receives money effortlessly, who speaks without fear, who creates without judgment, who doesn't repeat trauma loops, who has already lived the healing you're still reaching for. This version isn't better. It's just tuned differently. Your job isn't to build that person. Your job is to match their frequency and let the field collapse around that new signature. That's when the magic begins. So how do you locate this version of you? How do you select from the quantum menu without defaulting back to the same old dish? It begins with frequency identification. Step 1, get specific. Don't just say, I want to feel abundant. Ask, what does abundance feel like in my body? What does this version of me not do anymore? What emotions are completely absent from their field? This gives you a precise emotional template to work with. Step 2, locate the frequency gap. Your current field emits a specific tone. That tone matches a specific version of you. To select a new version, you must identify what frequency your field would need to release or adopt to lock onto the desired outcome. Ask, what emotional tone is currently keeping me here? Is it urgency? Guilt? Control? What does the version of me I'm calling in feel consistently instead? This reveals your frequency gap. Step 3, select. Don't wait. The quantum field doesn't respond to delay. It responds to signal. So you begin now, not when conditions change, not when you feel ready. You shift your posture. You shift your language. You shift your breath. You act from the future timeline, not toward it. This is not fake it till you make it. It's feel it till you stabilize it. And the field will reorganize around the selection. This is how quantum shifting really works. You're not building from scratch. You're tuning into the reality stream where your desired self already lives. And here's the part that may challenge your old beliefs. Every time you make a decision based on who you used to be, you reinforce the old version. Every time you make a decision based on who you're becoming, you strengthen that timeline. That's the menu. And you're selecting with every breath, every choice, every energetic stance. There is no waiting for alignment. Alignment is a decision. It happens the moment your frequency stops negotiating with your past and begins stabilizing your future. Now we will move into clarity. You've seen what's available. You've learned how to select. But how can you tell which timeline you're currently tuned to? There are signs. There are signals. There are subtle feedback loops giving you exact data. If you know how to read them, let's get into it. You've already seen that your field acts as a selector. You're not creating outcomes from nothing. You're tuning into versions of reality that already exist. The question now becomes crucial. How do you know which version you're currently accessing? This isn't about guessing. This isn't about intuition alone. It's about reading your energetic terrain with precision. Because right now, your environment, your emotions, and your body are showing you what timeline you're stabilized into. The truth is, you don't need to wonder where you are. You can read it, because your current timeline has a frequency, and that frequency leaves unmistakable traces. Let's look at the markers. There are 4 core signals that reveal your current alignment: emotional resonance, synchronicity flow, environmental recurrence, somatic feedback. Let's start with emotional resonance, the dominant tone of your experience across time. Every timeline carries its own emotional frequency. That frequency doesn't just come from you, it surrounds you. It sets the tone for your days, weeks, even seasons. Ask yourself this: what emotion seems to be narrating your experience lately? If it's anxiety, your current timeline is likely mirroring uncertainty, instability, or distrust in outcomes. If it's peace, you're likely stabilized into a timeline where things feel like they're unfolding with support. If it's pressure, you're likely on a path where effort and overextension are reinforced. These are not random emotions. They are timeline indicators. Your field is reflecting the dominant emotional language of the version of reality you're currently merged with. Next is synchronicity flow. Pay attention. Is life cooperating with you or resisting you? Synchronicities aren't magic. They're field coherence events, moments when your frequency is so aligned that external reality reorganizes to meet it. When synchronicities are frequent, chance meetings, repeating numbers, timely messages, effortless openings, you're tuned to a high-access timeline. Your signal is coherent. The field is responding clearly. When they're absent or replaced with bad timing, constant obstacles, or forced effort, you're likely out of alignment. You're still on a timeline, but one that reflects scattered or conflicting signals. This isn't failure. It's information. The flow or absence of it tells you what version of reality you've selected through your frequency. Now we move into environmental recurrence. Look around. What types of conversations are recurring? What kind of people are showing up in your life lately? What themes are repeating in your social or professional circles? Environments mirror field signatures. You might think you're just attracting the wrong people. What's really happening is that your field is attuned to a timeline where that type of interaction is normalized. If you constantly end up in spaces where your gifts are overlooked, it's not personal. It's signal-based. If you keep landing in situations where chaos erupts at the edge of progress, your field is likely repeating an unresolved instability pattern. These aren't punishments. They're timeline confirmations. You can use them. You can observe the recurrence without judgment and ask, what version of myself is this environment stabilizing? If the answer doesn't align with where you want to go, then the field must shift. And the fastest way to do that? Change your resonance. Finally, we address somatic feedback. Your body is your earliest and most accurate tuning device. It will tell you, often before your mind does, when your frequency is misaligned or upgraded. Certain timelines feel different in the body. When you're tuned into a restricted timeline, your system reacts. Breath shortens, shoulders tighten, stomach tenses, mind races without clarity. Your sleep becomes disrupted. These are not random discomforts. They are your nervous system alerting you. This field isn't safe. This signal isn't clean. This timeline isn't stable. On the other hand, aligned timelines create relaxation without complacency. Breathing becomes deeper. There's a sense of grounded stillness. Creativity returns without force. You make decisions without panic. You move slower, but everything accelerates. Again, these are not just emotions. They're biological confirmations that you've changed your access point. You can begin using this framework right now. Start by scanning these 4 feedback zones: emotional tone, synchronicity flow, environmental themes, body signals. Use them not to criticize yourself, but to observe your frequency with clarity. Because clarity is power. And when you have it, you stop arguing with life. You stop pushing against experiences. You stop needing constant reassurance from the outside. You become your own diagnostic tool. And that makes tuning intentional. From here, we now move to the most overlooked key in reality creation. If your field is shaping your timeline, and your timeline is giving you constant feedback, then what's the language of that feedback? How do you read what the field is trying to tell you in real time? Let's unlock the language of frequency. Let's get into it. You're now equipped with tools to track your current timeline. You can read your field by watching your emotions, your synchronicities, your environment, and your body. But what about the messages in between? What about the subtle nudges, the symbolic patterns, the energies that repeat in different forms, but always seem to be trying to show you something? This is the realm of the frequency feedback loop. Reality isn't static. It's responsive. And once you start tuning your field consciously, reality begins to speak in a new way, through signals, shifts, and symbols that mirror your signal back to you. This is not mysticism. This is field interaction. And like any language, once you learn the syntax and structure, you can interpret the feedback in real time and use it to recalibrate, redirect, or reinforce your energetic trajectory. Here's how the loop works. Step 1. You emit a frequency through thought, emotion, belief, or focus. Step 2. That frequency interacts with the quantum field. Step 3. The field responds not always immediately but inevitably with experiential feedback. That feedback could come as a conversation that triggers something, a delay that reveals where you're rushing, a compliment that affirms your new identity, a breakdown that shows you what's out of integrity, a repetitive number, image, or word that calls attention to something unprocessed. These aren't distractions. They're responses, and they always carry a message. So how do you read them? By training your awareness to ask one simple question, again and again. What is this experience reflecting about my current frequency? Let's apply this to real-world feedback types. Emotional echoes are when you feel something in your system that doesn't match your current thoughts. You might be doing everything right, thinking clearly, saying the right affirmations, visualizing outcomes, but suddenly you feel fear, resistance, dread. That's not sabotage. It's an echo from a deeper frequency pattern in your field that hasn't yet been recalibrated. The field is inviting you to notice it, not ignore it. Next, symbolic patterns. These show up as repeating numbers, animals, phrases, song lyrics, overheard words. They feel too precise to be random. That's because they aren't. These are frequency confirmations. The field is highlighting a match between your signal and your next level timeline, or warning you of a mismatch. They don't predict. They reflect. They say, this is where your energy is right now. Then we have event synchronization. You think about someone and they call. You speak about a new goal and suddenly get an opportunity aligned with it. Or, just as you try to up-level, a major disruption happens that challenges your focus. These events aren't random, and they're not tricks of coincidence. They're mirrors, testing whether your field is stable enough to anchor the new signal. Event synchronization is where most people fall back into loops because they interpret contrast as failure. But contrast is often validation that your field is changing. It flushes out the old patterns so you can reinforce the new ones. Contrast isn't chaos. It's coherence realignment. You'll also notice resistance spikes right before breakthroughs. This is part of the loop too. Your field begins to access a new frequency. The quantum environment tests its stability. And if you hold the signal, the resistance dissolves, replaced by acceleration. This feedback loop is happening all the time. Most people miss it because they're too focused on controlling outcomes instead of listening to the field. But when you slow down, attune, and ask, what is this showing me about what I'm transmitting? What in me is reacting, resisting, or resonating? What is this teaching me about the timeline I'm aligned with? The language of reality becomes crystal clear. And once you learn to interpret it, you move differently. You stop reacting. You start responding. You stop waiting. You start noticing. You stop panicking. You start recalibrating. Now every situation becomes usable. Every delay becomes data. Every challenge becomes a mirror. Every insight becomes an upgrade. Your job isn't to decode every sign or symbol. It's to treat life as a field-based dialogue where every experience, big or small, is giving you immediate feedback about the signal you're sending. And when you listen to that feedback instead of overriding it, your ability to shape reality skyrockets. You stop being surprised by outcomes. You start anticipating them because you're reading the signal as it unfolds. Now we will move forward to refinement. You've started hearing the field speak. You've begun tracking the signal. Now we begin shaping that signal, starting with your most consistent field-building element, your thoughts and emotions as a combined frequency expression. Let's get into it. By now, you know how to shape your energy signature. You've learned how thought, emotion, and body combine to form the signal that your field uses to filter reality. But even with this alignment, there are invisible forces, deeply embedded in your system, that can distort your broadcast and short-circuit your access to higher timelines. They're not external. They're not random. They're internalized distortions, coded from past trauma, inherited fear, subconscious programs, and unprocessed emotion. These distortions act like signal interference. They don't cancel your signal, but they weaken it, scatter it, and often misdirect it. The result? Inconsistent manifestations, energetic misfires, timeline fragmentation, unexplainable resistance, opportunities that almost land, then collapse. You don't need more effort. You need signal clarity. Let's identify the most common distortions that hijack your field. 1. Fear-based programming. This is the most pervasive. Fear isn't just a feeling, it's a frequency. When active in your field, it overrides logic, lowers coherence, and places you into timelines of contraction and defense. Even subtle fears like fear of success, fear of being seen, fear of receiving, can distort your field enough to repel what you're trying to attract. Fear signals the field, "This is not safe," and the field responds by suppressing expansion. 2. Doubt loops. Doubt is different than fear. Fear says, "This could harm me." Doubt says, "I don't believe I can hold it." Doubt loops are especially sneaky because they often sound rational. They emerge after progress. They whisper things like, "What if I can't sustain this? What if people don't accept the new me? What if I lose it all?" These thoughts reintroduce emotional instability into the field. The signal starts to wobble. The timeline starts to drift. Not because the opportunity wasn't real, but because the field reverted to an old reference. 3. Trauma imprints. Trauma leaves more than memories. It leaves frequency scars, places in the field where the signal becomes chaotic, reactive, or suppressed. These imprints cause distortion because they anchor you to past experiences as if they're still happening now. That means you try to expand, but your field still carries the memory of betrayal. You try to receive, but your nervous system remembers abandonment. You try to relax, but your body thinks you're in danger. You can't think your way out of this. You must release the stored charge. This doesn't mean reliving the trauma. It means dissolving the emotional residue that continues to distort the signal. 4. False identity fields. These distortions form when you adopt a version of yourself that no longer fits, but still try to tune from it. For example, you see yourself as the fixer, so you attract broken systems. You believe you're the one who always overcomes, so life gives you obstacles. You identify as the outsider, so you never feel truly welcomed. These false identity fields aren't conscious beliefs. They're energetic shells, coats your field has worn for years. But when they no longer match your next timeline, they must dissolve. Or they will interfere every time. So what's the solution? Signal cleaning. You must remove the distortion, not by force, but through awareness, energetic hygiene, and recalibration. Here's the method. Step 1. Identify the distortion theme. Ask, what always shows up right before I self-sabotage? What emotion or belief hijacks me when I start to expand? What version of myself do I default to under stress? This shows you the distortion's origin point. Step 2. Feel without rehearsing. When the distortion arises, don't feed it with stories. Feel the emotional frequency without attaching meaning. You're not just healing, you're releasing the broadcast pattern. Step 3. Replace the energetic command. Once the charge softens, choose a new signal, not a mantra, not a performance. A new felt frequency that directly contradicts the old imprint. If the distortion says, "You'll be abandoned," then embody connection. If it says, "You'll fail," then embody certainty. If it says, "It's not safe," then breathe into grounded safety. Hold that frequency. Let it override the old signal. Repeat it until it becomes more familiar than the distortion. Step 4. Observe the field response. When the signal clears, the field will shift, often quickly. Conversations resolve without confrontation. Delays vanish. Opportunities reappear. Emotions stabilize. Unexpected support surfaces. This isn't coincidence. It's signal purification, and it's the key to clean field access. You're not trying to be perfect. You're choosing clarity over chaos. You're choosing alignment over defense. You're choosing coherence over collapse. Now we move into the practical realm. You've cleared distortion, but the field still holds residual noise, mixed signals from past loops and energetic debris. It's time for a daily practice that clears the smog and restores pure, high-signal resonance. Let's get into it. You've seen how the field reflects your energy signature. You've uncovered the subtle distortions, fear, doubt, trauma, that hijack your signal and scramble your access to higher probabilities. But there's a hidden layer even more subtle, yet just as disruptive. It's not rooted in single events. It's not tied to dramatic trauma or conscious resistance. It's everywhere. And it's the main reason you might think you're tuned in, but still not getting the outcomes your inner work seems to promise. It's called energetic smog. This isn't metaphorical. It's energetic reality. Energetic smog is the accumulation of unresolved frequencies, thought fragments, emotional residue, and vibrational noise that clogs your field. It's what happens when you mentally affirm abundance, but still carry fragments of lack from earlier in the day. You energetically tune to peace in the morning, but don't discharge frustration from interactions that triggered you by noon. You visualize success but still carry energetic remnants of shame, guilt, or overthinking. This smog doesn't necessarily block the field, but it blurs it. It scatters your signal just enough to confuse the quantum environment. The result? Mixed outcomes, half-completed manifestations, opportunities that come, but in distorted form, feedback loops that seem unclear or contradict your inner alignment, a general sense of doing everything right, but getting inconsistent results. This is smog at work. It's important to understand this is not sabotage. It's not failure. It's signal noise. Your field is still broadcasting, but the signal is layered with interference. Think of it like tuning into a radio station. You might hit the right frequency, but if there's static, you can't hear the message clearly. Or worse, two stations overlap, and you can't tell which one is playing. The same thing happens in your field. Energetic smog arises from four primary sources: residual emotional charge, mental looping without resolution, external energetic imprints, unconscious frequency stacking. Let's walk through each one. 1. Residual emotional charge. Throughout the day, emotions arise and move, some strong, some subtle. But most people never complete their emotional cycles. They suppress anger instead of feeling it cleanly. They rush past sadness instead of breathing through it. They mentally override anxiety instead of letting the body process it. These incomplete emotions leave residual frequency in the field. Not enough to destabilize the signal completely, but enough to cloud it. The result? You may think you're tuned into one intention, but the field is still processing leftover emotional debris from hours or even days earlier. 2. Mental looping without resolution. This happens when you mentally fixate on a problem, but don't create a new signal around it. For example, you replay a conversation in your head, trying to figure it out. You run scenarios about a future event, trying to prepare. You obsess over how something should have gone. Each of these loops creates energetic echoes. Thoughts that loop without resolution create background noise that the field tries to interpret but can't. So the field receives a fragmented signal, and fragmented signals attract fragmented timelines. 3. External energetic imprints. You are not the only energetic broadcaster in your space. Every environment, person, and interaction leaves a trace. If your field is porous, or if you haven't learned how to maintain energetic boundaries, these external imprints begin to blend with your personal signal. This can show up as carrying someone else's anxiety hours after you left them, absorbing stress from a work meeting even though you felt fine before, feeling inexplicably off after scrolling social media or watching certain content. These aren't your frequencies, but they're in your field, and they add to the smog. 4. Unconscious frequency stacking. This is the most hidden form. It's what happens when you combine intentions, desires, fears, and compensations into one signal, without realizing you're stacking incompatible frequencies. Example, you visualize wealth while simultaneously fearing being judged for having more. You set intentions for deep love while rehearsing self-protection strategies. You declare confidence while energetically bracing for rejection. These stacked frequencies confuse the field. It doesn't reject your desire. It just doesn't know which part of your signal to prioritize. And when the field is unclear, it reflects the clearest part of the smog, which is usually the emotion with the strongest charge, not the highest intention. That's why it's not enough to set intentions or visualize outcomes. You must clean your field, because once the smog lifts, your true signal becomes dominant, and reality responds with precision. Let's now move into clearing. Smog isn't something you can will away. You must release it through intentional energetic hygiene. That brings us to the next part. A field resetting practice to purify your signal, restore clarity, and open access to timelines that have been waiting for a clean broadcast. Let's get into it. Now that you understand what energetic smog is and how it scrambles your field, the question becomes simple and powerful. How do you clean it? Just like your physical body needs hygiene, your field requires daily energetic purification, not as an emergency measure, but as a consistent practice that keeps your signal coherent and your access to higher probabilities intact. This is not about being high vibe all the time. It's about maintaining field clarity. A clean field doesn't mean you never feel fear or doubt. It means you don't let those frequencies stagnate. You feel, you clear, you recenter. Let's walk through a ritual sequence that works, not as a vague spiritual habit, but as a precise tuning process. This ritual has 5 layers: frequency check-in, emotional discharge, energetic rebalancing, field recalibration, signal recommitment. You can perform it in less than 20 minutes. You can extend it as a deeper ritual. You can adapt it to morning, midday, or evening, depending on how your energy shifts through your day. Let's break it down. Step 1, frequency check-in. Before you change your signal, you must identify what's there. Don't assume. Don't skip this. Clarity is power. Sit quietly. Drop your awareness into your body. Ask, what am I currently broadcasting? Don't look for words. Feel for tone. Is it tension, uncertainty, calmness, confidence, resentment? Whatever arises, let it be seen without judgment. This is your current field imprint, and you can't shift what you won't name. Step 2, emotional discharge. Now that you've identified what's present, you must discharge what's stagnant. This is the energetic equivalent of clearing static before tuning a radio. Choose one of the following techniques. Vocal discharge. Speak out loud the emotion that's surfacing. Give it a voice. Whisper. Yell into a pillow. Let your vocal cords move the frequency out of your throat and field. Somatic movement. Shake your arms, legs, shoulders. Move rhythmically. Let your body express what your conscious mind might still be suppressing. Breath cycle. Use 4-count inhales, 4-count holds, and 6-count exhales. This moves energy without activating the mind. Do this for at least 3 minutes. You're not fixing. You're flushing. Let the energy move. Step 3, energetic rebalancing. Now that the density has cleared, it's time to invite coherence. This step is about reconnecting with field neutralizing frequencies, tones that naturally reset the nervous system and recalibrate your baseline. Use any of the following. Heart-brain coherence breathing. Place one hand over your heart. Inhale slowly and imagine breath flowing into your chest. Exhale and imagine light radiating outward from your heart space. Repeat for 2 to 3 minutes. Auditory frequency reset. Use binaural beats or solfeggio tones. Let the sound wash through your field. You're not listening, you're allowing. Nature reconnection. Step outside. Place bare feet on the ground if possible. Let your field entrain to the frequency of the earth. This discharges energetic static instantly. Step 4. Field recalibration. Now that your system is clean and neutral, you can recalibrate intentionally. This means broadcasting a new frequency, not as a fantasy but as an emotional anchor. Choose one core frequency that aligns with the timeline you wish to access. Peace, confidence, wholeness, radiance, precision, openness. Now close your eyes and generate the emotion, not by imagining outcomes, but by letting the feeling take up space in your body. Anchor it through breath. Amplify the emotion with each inhale. Posture, embody the feeling physically. Micro-expression, let your face subtly match the inner tone. You're not performing, you're stabilizing. Hold the emotion until it feels natural. Not dramatic, not forced, just familiar. Step 5. Signal recommitment. To complete the ritual, make a declaration, not to the universe, but to your own field. Say out loud, "This is my signal now. I stabilize this frequency. I choose this state." These words aren't affirmations. They're commands. The field listens. The body listens. Reality responds. You've just reset your broadcast. You can now enter your day or sleep without energetic smog clouding your access to aligned timelines. This ritual is not meant for moments of crisis alone. It's meant to become your baseline hygiene, because when your field is clean, the entire feedback loop accelerates. Signs become clearer. Decisions become easier. Resistance shows up less, and when it does, you don't get hijacked. You don't just do the work. You live from alignment. Now we move into amplification. You've cleaned the signal. You've restored the field. Now we bring the most powerful internal system online. One that, when activated, fuses your mind, heart, and nervous system into a state of pure coherence. It's time to talk about the alignment that amplifies everything. Let's get into it. You've now seen what it means to clear the smog. You've learned how to read the signal, reset the field, and bring your frequency into alignment. But there's a specific energetic configuration that amplifies all of this, multiplying the power of your field and collapsing timelines faster than almost any other technique. It's called coherence. And coherence is not just a calm state of mind. It's not just a feeling of peace. It's not a mood or a mindset. It's synchronized frequency output, a precise alignment between the electrical rhythms of the brain and the electromagnetic pulse of the heart. When your heart and brain are in coherence, your field becomes focused, strong, and unmistakable. Your signal sharpens. Your intuition heightens. Your access to aligned outcomes expands. And your ability to attract, stabilize, and hold higher timelines increases dramatically. This is not speculative. It's measurable. Studies in neurocardiology have shown that when your heart and brain rhythms are out of sync, your signal becomes disordered. Even if you feel calm, if the rhythms aren't aligned, the signal remains weak or scattered. But when you create coherence, when the heart's magnetic field synchronizes with the brain's electrical rhythm, you send a laser-focused frequency into the quantum field. That's what creates immediate shifts. That's what turns subtle intention into direct manifestation. Let's break it down. What exactly is coherence in this context? It's when your mental focus, emotional tone, and physiological rhythm align into a single, unified vibrational broadcast. Here's what that looks like. Your mind is present, not spinning, not analyzing, but still. Your heart is open, not racing with anxiety or collapsing with numbness, but steady. Your body is grounded, not bracing or shrinking, but receptive. In this state, your field becomes like a tuning fork, vibrating at a consistent frequency that begins to entrain your environment. People respond differently to you. Conversations shift. Synchronicities cluster. Time bends. Because coherence creates energetic authority. You're no longer scattered. You're no longer leaking. You're no longer trying to tune your signal manually every 5 minutes. Instead, you stabilize your state. And that state begins to command the field around you. So how do you enter coherence? There's a repeatable pathway: breath regulation, emotional resonance, focused awareness, sustained synchronization. Let's walk through it. Step 1. Breath regulation. The breath is the bridge between the mind and body. It's also the fastest way to begin syncing the rhythms of the heart and brain. Here's a coherence-inducing breath pattern. Inhale for 5 seconds. Hold for 2 seconds. Exhale for 5 seconds. Repeat this cycle for at least 2 minutes. As you breathe, place one hand on your chest to cue the heart's awareness. This isn't just relaxation. It's entrainment. You're guiding the body toward rhythmic unity. Step 2. Emotional resonance. Once the breath slows the system, introduce a high-frequency emotion. Choose just one. Appreciation, gratitude, compassion, love, forgiveness. Feel it not as a thought but as a vibration. Let it radiate from your chest outward, as if your entire body is being filled with it. This is not pretending. It's entrainment. The heart begins to pulse this frequency through your field. The brain begins to match the rhythm. Now the systems are syncing. Step 3. Focused awareness. Bring your attention to a single idea or outcome, not as a goal but as a resonance. For example, if you're aligning with the timeline of deep connection, you don't visualize someone specific or create fantasy. You focus on the feeling of resonance, of being fully seen, received, met. You feel the alignment without grasping for form. This directs your coherent field toward a specific probability stream, without distortion, pressure, or neediness. Step 4. Sustained synchronization. Stay in the state for at least 5 minutes. More if you can. Not trying. Not pushing. Just sustaining. The longer you remain in coherence, the more your field begins to generate resonant force. The kind that doesn't just send a message to the field but reshapes the field structure around you. This is when coherence becomes influence. Not control, influence. You begin to tune the environment simply by existing in a harmonized state. And here's the key. The more you practice coherence, the more it becomes your baseline. This means decision-making becomes effortless. Emotional reactivity decreases. Timelines stabilize faster. Others begin to mirror your coherence unconsciously. Reality bends to meet you not because you demanded it, but because you became magnetic. Which brings us to the deeper law at play here. It's not about action. It's not even about belief. It's about resonance. Because coherence makes your frequency pure. But resonance determines what you attract. Let's break that open next. Let's get into it. You've now stepped into coherence. You've learned how to unify thought, breath, emotion, and focus into a single powerful frequency. But even coherence on its own does not guarantee results. Why? Because the quantum field doesn't respond to what you hope for. It responds to what you resonate with. This is the core distinction most people miss. It's why you can want something deeply, visualize it clearly, speak about it daily, and still not receive it. Wanting isn't resonance. Thinking isn't resonance. Even clarity isn't always resonance. Resonance means compatibility. And the field reflects not your preferences, but your vibrational match. So here's the uncomfortable truth. You don't attract what you want. You attract what you are. And what you are is what your field is consistently broadcasting, regardless of what you wish or affirm. This is the law of resonance. It's not philosophical. It's electromagnetic. Resonance occurs when two frequencies vibrate at compatible or matching wavelengths. When they do, energy flows easily. When they don't, energy resists, repels, or dissolves. This is why your desires often seem out of reach, not because you're not worthy, but because you're not yet resonant. Let's break it down with clarity. You say you want wealth but feel guilt around receiving, love but feel unworthy of being fully seen, impact but fear being misunderstood, freedom but carry a subconscious belief that ease is unsafe. In every case, there's a desire but no resonance. Your field broadcasts conflict, not compatibility. And the quantum environment doesn't respond to your verbal request. It mirrors your energetic eligibility. That's what resonance is. Energetic eligibility. It's not about morality. It's not about good or bad. It's about signal matching. And once you grasp this, everything changes. You stop trying to get outcomes. You start aligning with them. You stop asking, how do I make this happen? You start asking, how do I become a match? Let's walk through how to build resonance intentionally. Step 1. Isolate the desired frequency. Take a goal, financial, emotional, relational. Now ask, what would I be feeling if this were already normal for me? Not as a fantasy, as an internalized state. Don't guess. Scan your body. Your nervous system knows. Would you feel grounded, confident, relieved, energized? This is your target resonance. Step 2. Detect field friction. Now scan your current signal. Where do you feel friction between what you want and how you feel? You'll find it in hesitation when visualizing, tension when speaking it aloud, doubt disguised as strategy, discomfort with ease. That friction is your resonance gap. It's not a flaw. It's your map. Step 3. Generate compatibility. Now, create an internal experience of the desired resonance, even if it's subtle. This might mean breathing into safety before taking bold action, softening your body when thinking about receiving, practicing calm before clarity arrives, feeling fulfilled before proof appears. This isn't faking. This is frequency entrainment. You are creating compatibility first internally, then externally. And when the field detects a sustained match, it reorganizes, it reorients, it responds, not slowly, not someday, but now, because resonance is immediate. This is also why inconsistency kills results. If you touch the frequency once, then revert, the field doesn't stabilize. It requires dominance, not duration. You don't have to be high vibe all day. You just have to hold the signal long enough for the match to lock in. The more dominant the frequency, the more certain the outcome. Now let's be precise. There are 5 resonance disruptors that often sneak into the signal unnoticed. Conflicting identity, you want abundance, but still identify as someone who always has to hustle. Energetic guilt, you want more, but feel you don't deserve it while others have less. Control programming, you want flow, but can't stop planning every detail. Fear of stability, you crave peace, but subconsciously fear losing your edge if things get too easy. Frequency imbalance, you tune into joy but never clear the grief underneath, creating signal split. Each of these disruptors lowers resonance. They don't negate your desire. They just block the match. So how do you dissolve them? By creating emotional truth alignment, where your body, mind, and field agree on what's safe, available, and real. This means doing less manifesting and more embodying, talking less about goals and more about current resonance, practicing emotional consistency instead of intellectual complexity. Resonance is not a wish, it's a wavelength. And once you stabilize that wavelength, the field has no choice but to reflect it. Not because you forced it, not because you chased it, but because you became the match. Now we move into the subtle realm where your field may still be leaking energy, even if you're aligned, resonant, and clear. Because no matter how coherent you become, if energy is leaking out of your field, your power won't fully hold. Let's explore how to find and seal the most common energy leaks, so your frequency stays dominant. Let's get into it. By now, you've begun to master your signal. You've aligned mind and heart, you've tuned into resonance, and you've created a clean, coherent broadcast that matches your higher probabilities. But there's something subtle that can still undermine your progress. It doesn't come from confusion. It doesn't come from fear. It comes from leaks. Energy leaks are places in your field where your power bleeds out. They aren't always dramatic. In fact, most are barely noticed, until you realize that no matter how hard you tune, stabilize, or align, your field just doesn't hold. That's because your signal can't amplify if your energy is draining. It's not about intensity. It's about containment. Think of your frequency like voltage. When it's sealed and focused, it becomes magnetic. But when you're leaking energy, your field can't stabilize long enough to lock in higher timelines. And that's when you notice clarity that doesn't last, emotional spikes that crash quickly, a surge of motivation that fades in hours, manifestations that begin to form, then vanish, chronic fatigue even without physical exertion. These are leak symptoms. The field is trying to hold the signal, but the energy can't accumulate. To stop this, you must learn how to map your field. Field mapping is the practice of identifying, locating, and neutralizing the specific points in your daily energetic structure where your frequency weakens or dissipates. These points are different for every person, but they fall into recognizable categories: attention loops, unbound emotional exchanges, unresolved inner conflicts, energetic overextension, non-aligned environments. Let's walk through each category. 1. Attention loops. Your attention is energetic currency. Wherever it goes, energy flows. If your attention is scattered across 10 unresolved thoughts, past regrets, or future anxieties, you're hemorrhaging field power. Signs of attention leaks. Constant internal narration with no resolution. Replaying conversations after they're over. Mentally checking in on people or outcomes throughout the day. Thinking about scenarios you're not involved in. Each of these fragments your signal. You're transmitting, but at reduced wattage. Solution: set mental boundaries. When a thought doesn't require action, declare internally, "Not mine to carry." Bring the attention home into breath, body, presence. Do this hourly. You'll start to feel your field refill. 2. Unbound emotional exchanges. Every emotional interaction leaves a frequency trail. If you're unconsciously staying connected to someone else's energy, even when you're apart, you're leaking. This happens when you continue feeling someone hours or days after interacting. You argue with people in your head. You wait for validation or closure from others to shift your state. These attachments act as cords. They siphon attention and energy even when your mind has moved on. Solution: after each emotionally charged interaction, pause. Breathe into your solar plexus. Say, "I call all energy back to me. I release any cords not in resonance with my field." You'll feel the disconnect, often within seconds. Practice this until your field holds cleanly after each connection. 3. Unresolved inner conflicts. This is one of the most subtle and consistent leak sources. When your inner parts are at war, when one part wants expansion, another fears visibility, another believes it's unsafe, you leak. Why? Because the field can't unify around your intention. It splits. Each inner voice pulls energy toward its agenda. The signal fractures. This is why aligned action feels exhausting when inner unity is missing. You're fighting yourself inside your own field. Solution: identify the parts. Name them. Example: part of me wants to grow. Part of me fears I'll lose love. Part of me doesn't believe it's allowed. Don't argue. Don't override. Speak to each part. Acknowledge their purpose. Invite them into safety. This creates internal coherence, which stops the leak. 4. Energetic overextension. This is when you do too much, say too much, help too much, plan too much, at the cost of your signal. Overgiving, overexplaining, overfixing. These are not virtues. They're frequency drains. Even noble intentions can weaken your field if they aren't anchored in balance. Solution: before speaking, giving, or acting, ask, is this extending my frequency or depleting it? If it's the latter, pause. Reset. Choose from clarity, not compulsion. This seals energy loss through overcommitment. 5. Non-aligned environments. Your physical and digital environments imprint your field. If you spend hours in spaces that hold frequencies of fear, scarcity, judgment, or distraction, your energy will leak into resonance with that field. Signs: feeling drained after being in certain rooms or around certain people. Difficulty staying in your own signal in public or online. Mood changes based on location or noise level. Solution: reset your field when you leave each environment. Physically shake out your hands. Exhale deeply. Say, I leave behind all non-resonant frequencies. I carry only my signal. This breaks entrainment to external fields. Now that you've mapped the leaks, your next step is to seal the field. That means creating rituals, rhythms, and recalibration habits that protect your frequency and preserve coherence. Here are your tools. Daily field reset. See prior rituals. Energetic closure practice after interactions. Digital hygiene. Limit low-frequency scrolling. Sleep field recovery, clear signal before bed. Intentional solitude, not to escape, but to recenter. The more sealed your field, the more power each aligned thought carries. You'll notice, decisions take less effort. Opportunities stabilize. Emotional recovery becomes instant. Magnetic presence increases. Timelines collapse faster. Leak-free fields attract at exponential rates. Not because you're doing more, but because your frequency holds without interruption. Now we shift from the field within to the field around you. Because even if you're sealed, you're not alone in your frequency space. And your relationships, conscious or not, are either amplifying or distorting your signal. Let's get into it. You've refined your internal state. You've cleared distortions, sealed energy leaks, and begun broadcasting a powerful, coherent signal. But your field is not a closed loop. It's interactive. And that means it's constantly affected by the frequencies of other people. Not just in conversation, not just through words, but through presence, through resonance, through subtle energetic merging. Every relationship, whether physical, digital, emotional, or even imagined, has a field. And when you interact with someone, your field and theirs begin to entrain. That entrainment either amplifies your signal, scrambles your frequency, drains your energy, elevates your coherence, or distorts your emotional compass. And most of this happens without words, just presence, just proximity. So here's the truth most people overlook. Not everyone belongs in your field, not because they're bad, but because their frequency interferes with your chosen alignment. This interference can be subtle. You feel confused after conversations. You hesitate to speak your truth around them. You need recovery time after every interaction. You doubt your progress after connecting. These are field effects, and they matter more than personalities or history, because your nervous system knows this frequency destabilizes us. And if your field is constantly adjusting itself to accommodate someone else's incoherence, you're not tuning your reality, you're maintaining theirs. Let's explore the 3 categories of field influence: amplifiers, distorters, drainers. 1. Amplifiers. These are people whose energy upgrades your signal just by being around them. They don't force. They don't impress. They simply hold a high, clean, stable frequency, and your field rises to meet it. Signs. You feel more yourself around them. Your ideas clarify. You breathe easier. You access elevated emotional states effortlessly. You feel energized afterward. Amplifiers don't have to say much. They broadcast authenticity, and your field remembers what coherence feels like. These relationships are sacred. Cultivate them, nourish them, protect them. 2. Distorters. These are people whose field introduces static into yours. It may not be intentional. It's often unconscious. But the result is the same. Your frequency becomes scrambled. Signs. You feel emotionally reactive for no clear reason. You can't think straight around them. You second-guess your alignment. Your intuition becomes foggy. You leave the interaction feeling energetically off. This doesn't mean you reject them, but you must create field boundaries. This means limiting energetic exposure, resetting after interaction, staying anchored in your signal before contact, releasing obligation as a reason to stay entangled. You're not being cold. You're being clear. 3. Drainers. These are people whose presence consistently pulls energy from your field. Sometimes they're kind. Sometimes they're unaware. But your system knows. This is a one-way frequency exchange. Signs. You feel tired after every interaction. You do all the emotional labor. You feel responsible for their experience. You override your boundaries to keep peace. Your signal weakens around them even when you start strong. This is not about judgment. It's about sovereignty. Every time you lower your frequency to stay connected to someone who is draining you, you disconnect from the timeline that was trying to open for you. It's not personal. It's field mechanics. The solution: field honesty. Ask yourself, does this relationship amplify or distort me? Do I leave interactions stronger or weaker? Does my body feel safe, open, and clear when we connect. You don't need to cut everyone out. You just need to make frequency-based choices, not obligation-based ones. This might mean shifting how much time you give, choosing new environments, ending certain energetic contracts, calling in people who match your new resonance. As your field upgrades, so must your relationships, because your next timeline cannot stabilize if your field is constantly negotiating its own signal. Let people meet you where you are, not where you used to be. And let your energy be the boundary, not explanation, not justification, not guilt. Now we move into the next key. How do you protect your upgraded signal from outside interference without closing your heart? The answer lies in quantum boundaries, not walls but filters. Not fear-based rejection, but clarity-based calibration. Let's get into it. You've upgraded your signal. You've cleared the noise. You've started identifying who amplifies your field and who destabilizes it. But here's where many people experience friction. How do you protect your frequency without hardening emotionally? How do you say no energetically without shutting down? How do you maintain the integrity of your field without becoming unavailable, rigid, or defensive? The answer is not traditional boundaries. Traditional boundaries are often reactive. They're based on fear, past pain, or unmet needs. They say, "You hurt me, so now I protect myself." They create walls, not flow, distance, not clarity. What you need instead are quantum boundaries. Quantum boundaries don't come from protection. They come from precision. They're not about separation. They're about signal filtration. You're not building emotional walls. You're choosing what energy is allowed to interface with your field. And you're doing it before your nervous system gets overwhelmed. Quantum boundaries are energetic. They're unspoken, and they are felt. Here's the key difference. Emotional boundaries say, "I won't let you close enough to hurt me." Quantum boundaries say, "My field is not available to receive that frequency." It's not about rejecting people. It's about refusing entrainment to anything that destabilizes your state. Let's look at how quantum boundaries work in real time. There are three main forms: field calibration, energetic filters, frequency-based communication. 1. Field calibration. This is the foundation. When your field is strong, clean, and coherent, it becomes its own boundary. It doesn't need to explain. It doesn't need to defend. It simply doesn't allow lower frequencies to enter or stick. This is why personal energy hygiene isn't optional. You can't maintain quantum boundaries from a depleted field. Before every interaction, ask, am I calibrated to my signal? Am I holding my alignment? Or adjusting to theirs? Even just 1 minute of breathwork, intention setting, or emotional coherence before a conversation can recalibrate your field and shift how others respond to you without saying a word. 2. Energetic filters. Think of this like a semi-permeable membrane. It lets in energy that matches your frequency and neutralizes what doesn't. This isn't fantasy. It's field function. You can set an energetic filter before entering any shared space. Use this simple internal command. I allow only frequencies that amplify my coherence. All other energies dissolve before entering. You don't visualize armor. You don't brace. You simply set field permission parameters. And you'll feel the difference. People may pause before speaking. Energy vampires lose access. Chaotic environments stop affecting you. Not because you closed, because you filtered. 3. Frequency-based communication. This is where the outer world meets your inner alignment. Instead of boundary setting through confrontation or justification, you express through frequency truth. This might sound like, that doesn't align with how I move anymore. I'm choosing spaciousness right now. I respect your path, and this isn't a fit for mine. That tone doesn't resonate with how I engage. This conversation doesn't serve either of us as it stands. Notice no defense, no apology, no explanation, just frequency truth. Clean, unshakable, calm. When you speak from a stable field, the words land without escalation. Because your energy already said everything before your voice did. Let's now address a core misunderstanding. Many people fear that having strong energetic boundaries means becoming cold, unavailable, or disconnected. The opposite is true. When your boundaries are energetic, not emotional, you become more available, not less. You're available from clarity, from truth, from actual presence, not from guilt, overfunctioning, or the need to fix others. This is why quantum boundaries are loving. They don't reject people. They reject frequencies. And sometimes that's the most loving thing you can do, for you and for them. Because every time you let someone enter your field in a way that destabilizes your signal, you're validating their frequency at the cost of your own. That's not compassion. That's sacrifice. And it doesn't serve. Compassion says, I see your pain, and I will not join you in it by lowering my frequency to match. Compassion holds alignment even when others cannot. That is power. That is mastery. Now, a few daily practices to sharpen your quantum boundaries. Field check-ins. After each interaction, pause and ask, what part of my frequency shifted in that exchange? If you felt depleted, reset immediately. Silent filters. Before entering shared spaces, physical or digital, set your internal permission. Only resonance enters. Field closure rituals. Before sleep or after social exposure, whisper or think, all non-resonant frequencies return to source. My field is sealed. My signal is sovereign. These small acts create large energetic shifts. And over time, you'll notice you stop over-explaining. You stop feeling responsible for others' reactions. You stop shrinking to avoid conflict. You stop pretending to be okay with things that fracture your signal. You walk with clarity. You love with integrity. You move with frequency sovereignty. Now we move to the next level of tuning. Because even with boundaries, even with alignment, there are moments when your signal gets knocked. When emotion floods in. When stress activates. When your timeline begins to wobble. The difference between being hijacked and being sovereign isn't avoiding those moments. It's knowing how to recalibrate instantly. Let's learn how to shift your mood and your timeline in less than 90 seconds. Let's get into it. You've built a clean signal. You've set quantum boundaries. You've learned to stabilize your field against interference. But life still happens. Triggers still appear. Old patterns can resurface. Stress can hit without warning. So the question becomes, how fast can you come back to your frequency? This is where true mastery begins, not in staying regulated at all times, but in returning quickly to alignment after the field wobbles. This is called energetic recalibration, and it's not abstract. It's a skill, one that anyone can learn and use in real time. Here's the key. Your emotional state is not the cause of your energy field. It's the result of what your nervous system, thoughts, and breath are doing in concert. Which means you can interrupt a reactive mood and return to coherence by working with your system from the bottom up. Let's break this into a rapid, practical method that works under pressure. The 90-second mood reset. This recalibration tool can be used anytime, anywhere. It has 3 core components: physiological override, signal re-anchor, field lock-in. Step 1. Physiological override, 30 seconds. The first 30 seconds are about breaking the emotional pattern in your body before it builds momentum. Use this breathing pattern. Inhale quickly through your nose for 4 seconds. Exhale strongly through the mouth for 6 seconds. Repeat this cycle 5 times. This calms the sympathetic nervous system, fight/flight, and activates the parasympathetic, rest/restore. Your body is the first access point. When it relaxes, the field follows. Step 2. Signal re-anchor, 30 seconds. Once the body calms, you bring your awareness to a single stabilizing frequency. Not a thought, not a goal, but a feeling you trust. Options: safety, clarity, confidence, groundedness, relief. Choose one word. Then, with every breath, say the word in your mind and feel its vibration in your chest. Example: confidence, confidence. As you inhale and exhale, let the word become the tone of your body. You're not thinking it. You're broadcasting it. This begins resetting your electromagnetic field in real time. Step 3. Field lock-in, 30 seconds. Now, to hold the new signal, use a short embodied action to anchor it into behavior. Examples: stand or sit taller. Roll your shoulders back. Touch your chest lightly with your palm. Speak a single statement aloud that matches your chosen signal. For instance, I'm steady now. This is my signal. I choose clarity. These microgestures act like energetic glue. They help the new frequency stay dominant. And that's it. In 90 seconds, you've gone from reaction to regulation, from scattered to sovereign, from spiral to signal. You've just practiced real-time timeline redirection. Why is this so powerful? Because emotions, when left unchecked for longer than 90 seconds, begin to lock into field rhythms. Once they lock in, the quantum field begins reorganizing around that signal. So if you catch it early, interrupt the spiral, breathe, reset, and anchor, then the field never has time to shift out of alignment. You don't lose the day. You don't reset progress. You don't drop into lower loops. Instead, you remain tuned. Let's apply this practically. Here's when to use the 90-second recalibration. After receiving news that activates anxiety. Right before a conversation that feels energetically risky. In the middle of a stressful environment. When you feel an old emotional pattern rising. When confusion replaces clarity. Don't wait until the emotion passes. Don't process endlessly. Interrupt. Breathe. Anchor. Shift. Each time you do, your body learns. I don't have to spiral to completion. I can choose stability now. And the more often you practice, the less frequently you get knocked off your signal. Your emotional muscle memory rewires. Your field becomes self-regulating. Eventually, you'll feel the wobble coming before it takes over. And you'll recalibrate in seconds without needing space, tools, or retreat. That's energetic mastery. It's not perfection. It's precision. You're not trying to stay calm. You're learning to reclaim signal dominance quickly, cleanly, repeatedly. Now we move into the next refinement. You've built emotional flexibility. You've gained control over your broadcast in real time. But there's something more powerful than control. Intention. Specifically, how to shape your field using clarity, not force, so your signal becomes a precise command to the quantum environment. Let's explore why clarity always trumps willpower, and how to tune your field using intent that actually reshapes probability. Let's get into it. Now that you've learned how to shift your mood in 90 seconds or less, you've stepped into real-time field mastery. You've proven to your system that frequency isn't static. It's a living current, one you can command instantly. But there's a next-level distinction that sharpens your power even more. It's the difference between willpower and intent. Most people try to create change by pushing, using force, discipline, grind, repetition. They associate intensity with power. And for a while, it seems to work. Willpower gets things moving. But over time, this approach drains the field. Why? Because willpower isn't resonance. It's resistance. Treats life as a weight to lift, not a signal to align with. Willpower says, I'll fight until it happens. Intent says, I choose, and the field reorganizes around that signal. The difference is not just semantic. It's vibrational. Intent is frequency precision. It's not effortful. It's electrical. When your intent is clear, clean, and coherent, it becomes a directive to the quantum field. A new configuration begins forming immediately, not because you earned it, but because the signal has been broadcast with full authority. Let's break this open fully. What is intent? Intent is not a wish. It's not hope. It's not trying. It's the conscious encoding of your field with a specific frequency that matches a desired outcome, without needing to know how it arrives. It's the act of declaring, this is the version of reality I choose to access. This is the state I hold. This is the signal I stabilize. And then letting the field carry out the arrangement. Intent doesn't require belief. It requires clarity. Because clarity is the signal. Uncertainty scrambles it. Needing proof weakens it. Overthinking disperses it. So to wield intent, you must become clear enough to emit the signal without contradiction. Here's the paradox. Intent is powerful not because it demands, but because it aligns. It doesn't push reality to conform, pulls reality into resonance. This is why people who operate from intent appear lucky. They move with ease. They act without hesitation. They receive without striving. It's not luck. It's precision frequency tuning. Now, let's walk through how to encode your field with intent, not as a ritual but as a living vibration. There are 3 steps. Collapse the options. Anchor the state. Transmit the signal. Step 1. Collapse the options. Before intent can focus the field, you must collapse ambiguity. If your signal is divided between multiple outcomes, the field receives mixed instructions and nothing locks in. So ask, what version of reality am I choosing right now? Not what would be nice. Not what seems likely. What are you claiming? Be precise. For example, I align with the timeline where ease and income coexist. I lock in the emotional state of grounded confidence. I choose a version of reality where I am deeply received, seen, and supported. This collapses the possibility cloud into a clear directive. Step 2. Anchor the state. Now feel the signature emotion of that chosen timeline. Let it move through your body not as a performance but as a resonant imprint. The body doesn't care whether the external event has occurred. It only cares what signal it's experiencing. So you begin broadcasting, "This is already my state," and that becomes the magnetic core of your field. Hold it not as fantasy but as identity. Step 3. Transmit the signal. Now speak it. Yes, out loud. Intent becomes real when it moves into form. Use clear, steady language. This is the field I stabilize. This is the reality I now align with. This is my chosen signal, and I do not waver. Feel the words land in your system. Then release. Let the signal do the work. You've now transmitted. You don't chase. You don't obsess. You hold. This is not passive. It's electric neutrality, the most powerful state for receiving field feedback without distortion. Let's now dismantle a common trap. Many people confuse desire with intent. But desire is often laced with resistance, lack, and longing. Intent is clean. It doesn't contain anxiety. It doesn't beg. It doesn't loop. States, aligns, and moves on. This is why intent collapses time. It stabilizes a frequency long enough for the field to mirror it back in physical form. And the clearer the intent, the faster the reflection. Now let's be honest. There will be days when your clarity wavers. When emotions rise, when uncertainty returns. That doesn't mean you've failed. Intent isn't about never wobbling. It's about re-choosing the signal over and over until it becomes your norm. And here's the highest truth. You don't get what you fight for. You get what you tune for. Intent is tuning. Precision frequency, held with calm certainty. No push, no hope, just signal dominance. Now we move from frequency precision to field physics. You've learned how to set intent within your personal space. But there's a larger, even more fascinating mechanic at work. The scalar field, where time collapses, where distance dissolves, where the field responds non-linearly and instantaneously. Let's get into it. You've been working in the tuning field of coherence, signal clarity, and vibrational intent. But there's another layer, one that removes time from the equation completely. This is the realm of scalar energy. And once you understand it, manifestation no longer looks like step-by-step linear effort. It becomes instantaneous probability shift, outside of time, cause, or logic. Let's begin with what scalar energy actually is. Scalar energy isn't a future trend or spiritual metaphor. It's a measurable energy form that exists outside the traditional electromagnetic spectrum. While linear energy moves in waves, like light, sound, or electricity, scalar energy radiates in fields, non-directional, infinitely expanding, and inherently intelligent. Scalar fields don't operate on push or pull. They operate on presence. And your personal frequency, when aligned with scalar structure, becomes a kind of broadcast code that reorganizes the quantum matrix instantaneously. That means results no longer arrive over time. They arrive in signal. Here's what that looks like. You set intent not as a plan but as a scalar imprint. You feel no urgency because time isn't required. You act when the signal leads, not when the calendar says. You receive outcomes out of order because order is irrelevant to the field. Now, why does this matter? Because most people block their results by expecting them to come through time. They attach timelines. They monitor progress. They measure manifestation through physical motion. This locks them into wave mechanics, the slower, cause and effect-based layer of reality. But scalar access bypasses cause and effect. It allows for direct probability shifting because the field doesn't have to wait for time to pass. Your coherence becomes the command. Let's simplify this into practice. How do you engage scalar mechanics in your field? There are 4 principles to apply. Stillness amplifies speed. Field before form. Emotion as encryption. Action without agenda. 1. Stillness amplifies speed. In scalar fields, stillness is not passive, it's magnetic. When your internal state is deeply still, with no need to chase, your signal becomes pure. That purity accelerates feedback loops between your field and reality. So the more you can sit in frequency clarity without movement, the faster the field moves for you. This is not inaction. This is field dominance. 2. Field before form. In scalar manifestation, you don't build results. You tune the field architecture first and allow form to crystallize afterward. So instead of focusing on actions, plans, and timelines, ask, what field am I creating around this desire? Does this frequency already match the outcome? Am I inhabiting the version of me who lives this now? You upgrade the field, then the event. 3. Emotion as encryption. Scalar fields are intelligent, but they respond to clarity through emotional tone, not logic. Every coherent emotion you generate acts as an encrypted code embedded in your signal. That code tells the field exactly what version of reality to mirror back. Here's the subtle trick. The field doesn't respond to what you say you want. It responds to the emotional normal you emit. So if joy is your normal, joy becomes scalar command. If safety is your baseline, safety becomes structural. If stress is dominant, chaos remains encoded. This is why emotion is not something to manage, it's something to program. 4. Action without agenda. In scalar fields, action is not causal. You don't act to make things happen. You act because the frequency compels movement. This is called response-based movement, when the next step arises from signal, not strategy. You're not trying to make the outcome real. You're matching the resonance, and the outcome meets you midfield. This removes delay. This removes pressure. This removes disappointment. Because you're no longer moving towards something. You're moving as the thing. Let's now answer a common question. If scalar fields exist, why doesn't everyone manifest instantly? Because scalar response requires coherence without contradiction. If your intent is strong but your baseline emotion is anxiety, the field receives conflict, and the scalar response cancels out. So scalar manifestation isn't about force. It's about alignment so clean that no resistance remains. Not a single doubt. Not a single need. Just encoded signal broadcasting purely. That's when the field reshapes instantly. Now let's apply this. Try this scalar manifestation method. Sit in stillness. Bring one clear intent to mind. Anchor the emotional tone of already done. Drop the story, keep only the frequency. Breathe and hold that signal for 3 minutes. Then walk away, do not look for signs. That signal has now been broadcast into the scalar layer. From this point on, act only when your body lights up. Speak only from field clarity. Allow the outcome to arrive outside of time, logic, and linearity. This is manifestation without process. This is field-first reality creation. You're no longer managing reality. You're shaping it from the source layer, where time never dictated your outcome anyway. Now we move into the next invisible influence. You've shaped the field. You've begun using scalar access. But every night, your signal continues to broadcast without your conscious input. Because your subconscious field is still tuning reality even while you sleep. Let's explore how your energy at 2 a.m. is programming tomorrow's probability. Let's get into it. You've explored scalar energy. You've begun collapsing time with signal precision. Now we enter the domain of your subconscious field, the version of you that never turns off, never stops tuning, never stops broadcasting. Because while you sleep, your field continues its work, and it may be shaping your tomorrow without your permission. Welcome to the 2 a.m. broadcast. This isn't about dreams, symbols, or stories. It's about the frequency signature your body and mind emit while your conscious defenses are down. Sleep is not silence. It's not inactivity. It's not blankness. Sleep is one of the most active tuning phases your system enters, because the conscious filter is offline, and the subconscious steps fully into the control room. Whatever signal was dominant before sleep becomes the core tuning directive that your field uses to start shaping the probabilities of the next day. And this shaping is fast, accurate, and often unfiltered. Let's say you go to bed, anxious about something left undone, angry from a conversation, doubting your next move, feeling unseen or unsafe. You think it'll pass. You assume sleep will clear it. But the subconscious doesn't evaluate emotion, it mirrors and magnifies. So while you sleep, that signal gets embedded deeper. The field treats it as instruction. It says, "This must be what's real. Let's align reality accordingly." This is why so many people wake up and find the same feelings, same patterns, same types of interactions, day after day. Their night signal never changed. So here's the paradigm shift. Your most powerful tuning moment isn't your affirmations at 10 a.m. It's the vibration your body holds at 2 a.m. Because that's the moment when field feedback begins programming your next energetic loop, before your feet even hit the floor. Now, most people don't realize they're broadcasting while unconscious. But your body remembers. Your emotional field remembers. And the quantum matrix responds instantly. So how do you regain control of your subconscious tuning? You build a night protocol, a short, simple, repeatable process that sets your frequency for the sleep cycle. Let's walk through the mechanics of it. There are 4 layers to address: emotional tone, cognitive imprint, body state, energetic release. 1. Emotional tone. Your last emotional state before sleep becomes the core broadcast of the night. You don't have to be ecstatic, but you must be aligned. Choose one resonant emotion. Just one. Examples: safety, appreciation, peace, sufficiency, trust. Now hold that feeling for 90 seconds as you lie in bed. Breathe into it. Let it settle in your chest. Allow your nervous system to rest inside it. This is not imagination. It's frequency encoding. You are preloading the signal that the subconscious will amplify all night. 2. Cognitive imprint. The final thoughts before sleep have tremendous power, not because the words are magic, but because they become the mental architecture your subconscious builds on. You must give your field clean instruction. Use a single sentence of cognitive imprint. For example, "I align with ease in all things. My timeline stabilizes in my favor. Solutions arrive without delay. Everything I need is already moving toward me." This sentence isn't for repetition. It's for imprint. Say it once. Feel it deeply. Let it echo inside your field. That's all it takes. You're now programming subconscious resonance. 3. Body state. Physical tension sends contradiction into the field. If you lie in bed with clenched muscles, braced jaw, or curled shoulders, your field receives the signal. Something's unsafe. This weakens your overnight tuning. Solution: exhale deeply. Soften your throat, jaw, belly, and hips. Place one hand on your chest. Say silently, "This body is safe now." This doesn't just help you sleep, it calibrates your field for trust. 4. Energetic release. You can't bring everyone's energy into your sleep. Even if your day was clean, energetic residue can linger from interactions, thoughts, or digital exposure. So before sleep, use this final command. All energy that is not mine now leaves. My field is sealed. My signal is clear. Say it once. Mean it. And release. You are now in a clean field. The broadcast has been reset. Your subconscious will now carry this signal into the deeper layers, communicating with timelines, probability layers, and subtle energy patterns. And when you wake, you'll feel it. more clarity even before coffee, unexpected openings, emotional lightness, faster synchronicity, immediate access to aligned decisions. Because you didn't just sleep, you tuned while sleeping. This is the secret of the 2 a.m. broadcast. Now you're ready for the upgrade. If your sleep is a transmitter, then your dreams are a tuning chamber. And with just a few subtle practices, you can begin programming quantum outcomes while you dream. Let's get into it. You've learned how your subconscious broadcasts at night. You've built a protocol to reset your signal before sleep. Now you're ready to enter the next layer. Dream tuning. This is where you begin to use your dreamscape, not as entertainment but as a quantum interface. Dreams aren't random. They're not just processing fragments of the day. They're your field organizing itself. They're your subconscious testing probability streams. They're your energetic body scanning for resonance. And when you understand that dreams are data points in the quantum field, you can begin to influence them not through control but through tuning. Here's the core idea. Every dream is a timeline simulation. While you sleep, your system runs scenarios, some based on your current field, some based on alternate versions of you. It's your subconscious asking, what happens if I tune this way? What outcomes appear if this frequency holds? Most people wake up and forget the data, but tuned individuals extract and encode from the dream state. Here's what that looks like in practice. Step 1. Pre-sleep signal selection. Step 2. Dream frequency encoding. Step 3. Post-dream field extraction. Step 4. Timeline embedding. Let's walk through it. Step 1. Pre-sleep signal selection. Before sleep, instead of thinking about your day, set a single dream directive. This is not a question. It's a frequency command. Example: tonight, I tune to the timeline of aligned opportunity. Dream space. Reveal the emotional state of full creative freedom. My field receives the future version of me who already holds this frequency. Say this mentally. Let the intent settle. Your field will begin tuning even before your eyes close. Step 2. Dream frequency encoding. During the dream, don't try to lucid dream unless you already have the skill. That's not required. Instead, focus on emotional texture. When you wake, even from fragmented or strange dreams, ask, what was the feeling signature of that dream? Did I feel safe, seen, rejected, expansive, tested, powerful? Was the environment fast, slow, dense, light, neutral? Don't get lost in symbols. Frequency is the code. Write down the feeling and tone as soon as you wake up. This is your energetic report from the dream simulation. Step 3. Post-dream field extraction. Now that you've recorded the dream frequency, ask, does this frequency feel like a match to my desired timeline? Did this dream show me what I need to stabilize or what I need to release? If the dream was aligned, say, I integrate this frequency into my field now. If the dream showed distortion or misalignment, say, I release this emotional imprint. It does not belong to my chosen timeline. This step prevents dream signals from passively coding your day. You are now consciously extracting usable field data and discarding the rest. Step 4. Timeline embedding. Now use a short visualization, not of scenes, but of emotions matching the dream state you want to hold. Anchor that feeling in your body. See nothing, just feel. Then speak one final phrase. My dream frequency is now the dominant vibration in my waking field. This completes the loop. You've just used sleep for quantum alignment. Let's now address common questions. What if I don't remember my dreams? No problem. Your system still receives frequency data. Even if you don't recall the dream, you can ask, what emotional tone do I feel immediately upon waking? Is this tone aligned with my chosen frequency? From that, you can still extract and reset. Can I use dream tuning for specific goals? Absolutely, but not in visual fantasy form. Instead, focus on the state associated with that goal. If your intention is expanded creativity, don't visualize painting or writing. Ask, let me experience the frequency of creative flow in dream space. Your subconscious will generate the matching simulation. How do I sharpen dream tuning over time? Use 3 keys. Repetition of the pre-sleep directive. Immediate post-waking emotional assessment. Consistent integration or clearing based on the tone. After 7 to 10 nights, you'll notice more vivid dreams, greater emotional clarity, spontaneous intuitive guidance in waking life, faster manifestation of aligned opportunities. Why? Because your night field is now assisting your day field. You're no longer tuning only 16 hours a day. You're now shaping reality 24/7 with precision. Your dreams are no longer escapes. They're downloads. They're field rehearsals. They're alignment labs. Next, we move into the next mystery. What if you're not the only one sending signals through time? What if your future self, the one already living your highest timeline, is already broadcasting guidance back to you? And what if those whispers have been showing up as déjà vu, flashes of insight, and strange urges all along? Let's learn how to increase reception. Let's get into it. By now, you've begun to take control of your signal day and night. You've cleaned it, directed it, encoded it, even used your dreamscape to reinforce it. But here's where it gets even more powerful. Because you are not alone in the field. You are not the only version of you broadcasting. Right now, at this very moment, there exists a version of you who already lives the life you desire. That version isn't out there. It's already active in the quantum field. It breathes a different emotional frequency. It lives in a higher probability stream. It broadcasts a cleaner, clearer, more refined signal than your current one. And here's the twist. That version of you has already tuned to your current moment, and it's sending signals backward in time. You've felt them, as gut hunches, as moments of déjà vu, as dreams that seem too real, as impulses to turn left instead of right, as intuitive decisions you couldn't explain, but that changed everything. These are not accidents. They're reverse frequency transmissions from your own future field. In scalar dynamics, time is not linear, it's accessible in both directions. So when your future self stabilizes in a higher state, it begins emitting guidance to earlier versions of you, nudging you toward resonance. This is not metaphysical speculation. This is quantum logic. Let's explore how to tune in and amplify the signal. There are 3 ways your future self is sending guidance. Energetic echoes, magnetic pulls, signal interruptions. 1. Energetic echoes. These are the moments when your body feels something before the mind can explain it. You walk into a room and feel resistance. You meet someone and feel home. You consider a decision and your chest tightens or opens. These are echoes, frequency data from a version of you that's already played that moment out. When you ignore the echo, you often regret it. When you follow it, doors seem to open faster. Your job is not to analyze the echo. Your job is to trust the signal and align your behavior with it. 2. Magnetic pulls. These are the moments when you're inexplicably drawn to something, a place, a person, a book, an idea, course, practice. You feel compelled but can't logically explain why. This is your future self signal pulling you into its orbit. It's not about the surface event, it's about the resonance field behind it. That pull is guiding you to spaces, people, or experiences that will shift your frequency just enough to make the timeline jump possible. Follow the magnetic, always, even if it doesn't make sense yet. 3. Signal interruptions. Sometimes the most powerful guidance comes as interruption. Things breaking down, plans falling apart, people leaving, detours appearing. Most people misread this as failure, but often it's the field saying, that timeline is closing. Your future self has pulled the plug, because continuation would block you from the faster track already open. Learn to ask, what is this interruption making space for? Then listen. You'll hear the pull. You'll sense the redirection. You'll feel the higher frequency that was waiting all along. Now let's talk reception. The future self is always sending signals. But are you tuned to receive them? Here's how to sharpen your reception. 1. Create daily silence pockets. If your mind is constantly stimulated, the signal can't get through. Even 5 minutes of still presence, no phone, no task, no goal, can amplify signal clarity. 2. Ask, then release. Before sleep or in meditation, say, I open my field to the guidance of my highest aligned self. I am ready to receive the signal. Show me the next aligned step. Then release the need to get something. Let the signal arrive when the field is clear. 3. Follow without logic. Signals are often subtle. They won't come with certainty. They come with resonance. If something feels oddly timed but strangely right, trust it. If you receive a sudden inner command to call someone, cancel something, change direction, act on it. Future self-guidance does not ask for understanding. It asks for movement. Now here's the leap. The more you follow these transmissions, the more you merge with the version of you that's sending them. Until the difference disappears. Until the guidance isn't coming from another version of you, it's just you, stabilized in the higher signal. This is not about seeking the future. This is about realizing that your future self is already present, just at a higher bandwidth. And every time you match that frequency, you collapse the distance. Now that you know how to receive higher signals, the question becomes, how do you respond when they arrive? How do you lock in a new trajectory? That's where we explore timeline triggers, tiny energetic events that shift your entire stream of probability in a single moment. Let's get into it. You've started hearing the whispers, the nudges, the magnetic pulls from your future self. You're tuning to higher guidance. But now comes the moment that determines whether your reality stays the same or shifts fast. It's the moment when a timeline trigger appears. Timeline triggers are energetic crossroad moments that have disproportionate impact. They may look small on the surface, saying yes to a random invite, canceling something at the last minute, speaking the uncomfortable truth, buying the ticket before you know, saying no even when it seems risky. But beneath the surface, something massive is happening. A quantum split is forming, and you get to choose which version of you continues forward. These moments don't feel big. They often feel uncomfortable, confusing, or random. But if your signal is clean, you'll notice a strange inner stillness before the decision, a flash of expanded awareness, a bodily sense of weight or lightness tied to the option, a brief moment where time seems to pause. That's your indicator. You're standing at the threshold of a timeline shift. Now here's what most people do wrong. They hesitate, they analyze, they overthink, they delay, and the window closes. Because timeline triggers are frequency sensitive. They open only when your field matches the necessary vibration, and they're temporary. You must move with the signal, not after it. Let's break this down. There are 3 kinds of timeline triggers: decision points, emotional overrides, behavioral disruptions. 1. Decision points. These are moments when a single yes or no will alter your field trajectory. You can't always tell why, but your energy knows. Examples: taking an unplanned opportunity, ending a relationship, making a move, saying what you've avoided, committing to a long postponed project. These aren't just life changes. They are signal locks, moments when your choice tells the field, I'm done with the old loop, bring the new configuration. And if your energy backs that decision fully, reality responds fast. 2. Emotional overrides. This is when a surge of old emotion tries to hijack you, but you choose a different broadcast. You get triggered, but instead of spiraling, you regulate and stabilize. You feel jealousy, but respond with generosity. You feel fear, but speak the truth anyway. In that moment, you override a recurring field pattern. And the field sees, this version is no longer tuned to that loop. Timeline shift approved. These emotional overrides may feel subtle, but they are core signal breaks. Each override collapses a familiar loop and locks in a new probability stream. 3. Behavioral disruptions. These are actions that break your field habits. You do something you never would have before, not because someone told you to, but because the frequency has changed. Examples: waking up earlier without force, saying no without guilt, showing up with full presence where you used to check out, embodying confidence even when results aren't here yet. These behavioral disruptions signal to the field. The internal shift is now structural. They're proof that the frequency is no longer theory, it's embodied practice. Now let's talk about what happens after a timeline trigger. Often, your field will feel extremely clear, extremely chaotic, or both. Why? Because the system is reorganizing rapidly. The old timeline doesn't vanish instantly. It deconstructs. And sometimes you'll feel like nothing's happening, until suddenly, everything changes at once. This is known as the drag and drop delay. The field is dropping you into a new stream, but there's a brief lag as probabilities recalibrate. Your only job? Hold the signal. Don't wobble. Don't reach back. Let the new stream stabilize. Here's your reinforcement tool. After any major timeline trigger, speak this. That was a quantum confirmation. I now stabilize this upgraded field. Then act in full alignment with the version of you who made that choice. Walk like them. Speak like them. Choose like them. Because you are them now. The only thing that makes a timeline stick is behavior that matches the broadcast. Let's now build a rapid integration ritual you can use whenever you know a timeline just shifted. Quantum anchor sequence. Pause for 10 seconds. Breathe in fully. Say aloud, "That was the signal." Lock it in. Visualize a circle of light forming around you. Declare, "I match this frequency with thought, emotion, action, and expectation." Step forward. Literally take one step. Let it represent the new stream. You've just coded the shift into your field. And if you keep doing this every time a timeline trigger hits, your life won't change slowly. It will fracture upward into new patterns, new people, new probabilities. This is how rapid expansion happens. Receive the signal. Confirm with frequency. Move before the mind can interfere. Anchor the new field. And then let the momentum do what momentum does. Collapse the past. Stabilize the future. Deliver the next version of you right on time. Next, we'll explore the secret interface between the body and the quantum field. Because the field doesn't just read your mind or emotions, it reads your posture, breath, and voice. Your body is a transmitter, and it's time to upgrade your physical signal. Let's get into it. So far, your tuning has been inner. Thoughts, emotions, intentions, signals, dreams, scalar fields. But now, it's time to activate the interface that transmits your frequency constantly, even when you're not thinking. That interface is your body. Every cell in your body is vibrating. Every gesture sends a frequency. Every breath either coheres or distorts your field. Your body is not just a vehicle. It's a transmitter. And what most people don't realize is that your posture, breath pattern, and voice tone aren't cosmetic. They are field-forming technologies. They shape how your energy is perceived, how timelines respond to you, and how probability collapses around you. Let's break it down. There are 3 core interfaces your body uses to broadcast quantum instruction. Posture as permission, breath as signal clarity, voice as field code. Each of these can either reinforce your aligned frequency or loop you back into a lower probability stream. Let's begin with posture. 1. Posture as permission. Posture isn't about standing up straight because someone told you to. It's about how much energy your body is allowing in and sending out. Every slouch, every tilt, every tight shoulder broadcasts this message. I'm bracing. I'm withholding. I'm not available. And the field responds in kind. But when your spine is upright, your chest open, your head level, your energy says, I'm clear. I'm stable. I'm open to receive. You're not posing confidence. You're broadcasting structural alignment. And here's the deeper truth. The quantum field interprets posture faster than it does words. Because posture is instant electromagnetic feedback. So if you're affirming one thing with your mind but slouching with your body, the field chooses the louder signal. Posture wins. Every time. This doesn't mean fake it. It means align your structure with your chosen signal. Shoulders back, not to impress but to create openness. Head aligned, not in ego but in sovereignty. Core activated, not to harden, but to anchor. You're creating a container strong enough to hold the upgraded field. Because higher frequencies demand physical congruence. Let's move to breath. 2. Breath as signal clarity. Your breath controls the rhythm of your field. When your breath is shallow, rapid, or held, your nervous system emits a signal of distress, even if your mind says otherwise. The field doesn't care what you say you want. It cares what your physiology says is real. Shallow breath equals instability. Slow, full breath equals coherence. And the shift can be instant. Let's look at this practically. Try this frequency-setting breath pattern. Inhale for 5 seconds through the nose. Hold for 2 seconds. Exhale for 7 seconds through the mouth. Repeat for 3 rounds. This sequence signals safety to your nervous system, regulates your electromagnetic rhythm, tells the field, I am in control of my frequency. Breath becomes proof of readiness. And the more consistent your breath, the more consistent your results, because your signal no longer wobbles. Now on to your voice. 3. Voice as field code. Your voice is the sonic transmitter of your energy. Every tone, pause, inflection, and volume carries vibration. And every vibration either codes coherence or scrambles it. You don't need a perfect voice. You need an intentional tone. Voice tone reveals everything. Is your throat tight? Is your tone apologetic? Do you trail off at the end of sentences? Is your volume inconsistent? Each of these habits tells the field, I'm not fully tuned. I'm hedging. I'm fragmented. But a clear, steady tone, one that's neither forced nor withheld, tells the field, this signal is coherent. Proceed with manifestation. Here's a simple tuning method for your voice. Before any important interaction, say aloud, I am speaking from coherence. My voice is the signature of my field. I send resonance, not noise. Then, when speaking, pause intentionally. End your sentences with finality, not fade. Speak from your chest, not your throat. Your tone becomes your tuning fork, and people will feel it even if they can't explain it. Why does this matter? Because most breakdowns in manifestation don't happen in thought. They happen in field inconsistency. And your body is the most immediate layer of your field. When your posture says, maybe, your breath says, I'm not sure. And your voice says, please approve me. The field does not deliver precision. It delivers mismatch. But when body, breath, and voice are locked to your signal, probability shifts. Reality responds faster. People treat you differently. Unexpected opportunities surface. Timelines accelerate. Because your field is not just saying it. It's being it. Now let's upgrade this into daily practice. The body field sequence. A 60-second reset anytime your signal feels off. Stand tall. Shoulders open. Feet grounded. Inhale slowly. Exhale fully. Repeat twice. Place hand on heart. Say aloud, my body is tuned. My signal is stable. Speak one sentence that confirms your timeline. Out loud. From your chest. You've now reset your field physically. You can use this before calls, meetings, creative work, sleep, important conversations, or any moment that feels energetically slippery. Your body is your real-time tuning dial, and now you know how to control it. Next, we amplify the voice itself, not just as a communication tool, but as a vibrational instrument capable of shaping quantum outcomes. Let's get into it. You've tuned your posture. You've stabilized your breath. You've started aligning your tone. But now it's time to unlock the full power of your voice, not just as sound, but as vibration that reorganizes probability. Because the words you speak carry frequency. The tone you use encodes information, and the combination becomes a field command. Your voice is not neutral. It is either collapsing timelines, creating feedback loops, or scrambling the signal. And the tuning fork behind it is intention. Let's begin with the truth. You don't speak to communicate. You speak to code your field. Once you understand this, you'll never speak the same again. Let's unpack the 3 vibrational layers of voice. Tone as transmission. Language as command. Silence as calibration. 1. Tone as transmission. Your tone is what people and fields feel first. Comes before content, before logic, before meaning. If your tone is hesitant, rushed, unclear, overly soft, overly loud, performative, then your signal becomes unstable. But a tune tone creates instant field coherence. What is a tune tone? It's one where the breath is steady, volume is consistent, pace is deliberate, intention is felt. You're not performing clarity. You're transmitting it. Practice this. Before an important moment, say a single line aloud with full tone. This voice is a frequency stabilizer. This voice tells the field, I am ready. You're not just speaking, you're anchoring the field. 2. Language as command. Words are not just tools. They are vibrational instructions sent into the matrix. Every word you speak either confirms a timeline, invites an upgrade, or recycles an old loop. Here's the filter. Before speaking, ask, is this statement expansive, precise, and self-responsible? Let's compare. This always happens to me. Victim code. Timeline lock. I'm shifting this pattern now. Field command. Probabilistic opening. Nothing ever works. Loop. Dissonance. I haven't found the resonance yet, but I will. Signal clarity. Invitation. Your words don't just describe your reality. They recreate it with every repetition. That includes casual phrases, especially the ones you repeat often. I'm tired. I'm stressed. I can't win. It's just how I am. Every one of those is a field instruction. Start speaking the signal of where you're going, not where you've been. Here's how to build field affirmation language. Keep it present tense. Speak from the version of you that already lives it. Match your tone to your timeline. Examples. I stabilize in clarity. I speak as the version of me who already holds this. I broadcast calm, certainty, and coherence. This signal is my normal. These are not affirmations for hope. They are codes for collapse, collapsing the old and sealing the new. 3. Silence as calibration. Here's what few people teach. Silence is a field reset. When used intentionally, silence clears noise, prevents misalignment, and gives space for frequency realignment. Silence is not absence. It's precision restraint. Use silence when your tone would distort the signal, when your emotional charge is too high, when words would create more confusion, when you feel the urge to fill space just to feel safe. Silence is an energetic no without resistance. It holds field sovereignty without needing defense. Learn to pause. Let your field speak louder than your words. Now let's build a voice tuning practice you can use daily. Voice code ritual, 3 minutes. Breathe deeply. Feel your chest and throat soften. Say one anchoring phrase aloud. This voice commands clarity. Every word shapes my field. Speak 3 power sentences. Present tense. Tone locked. Example. I operate on aligned frequency. My words stabilize my trajectory. The field responds because I speak as it does. You're now not just speaking, you're broadcasting reality. Use this before creative expression, coaching or teaching, public speaking, key conversations, setting intentions, recording voice messages. This ritual is not cosmetic. It is quantum leverage. And the more you practice it, the faster you'll notice. Less miscommunication, more resonance from others, greater alignment between words and results, immediate energetic shifts from a single sentence. Because your voice isn't just heard, it's received. And now you're sending code, not noise. Next, we expand beyond your voice to external sound, frequencies, harmonics, binaural beats, and solfeggio tones that realign your field without effort. Let's get into it. Your voice has been reclaimed as a precision tool. You now speak with coherence, intention, and electromagnetic power. But the field doesn't only respond to internally generated vibration. It also responds to external frequencies, and when those frequencies are chosen intentionally, they act as portals. Not metaphors, not symbolism, actual tuning portals. Because sound is vibration, vibration is frequency, and frequency is the blueprint of probability. Let's be very clear. When you listen to certain kinds of sound, you are directly affecting the structure of your field. No positive thinking required. No spiritual bypassing needed. Just resonance entering your system, doing the work you don't even have to name. This is the hidden power behind engineered sound tools like binaural beats, solfeggio frequencies, isochronic tones, harmonic chants, and vocal overtones. Each of these, when used with awareness, can shift your baseline vibration, entrain your nervous system, and unlock field states that were previously inaccessible. Let's break down the mechanisms, then the use cases. 1. Binaural beats. Binaural beats operate by playing two slightly different frequencies in each ear. The brain perceives the difference between the tones, not the tones themselves, and begins to synchronize to that difference. That difference becomes a brainwave pattern. So, if one ear hears 210 Hz and the other hears 200 Hz, the brain entrains to the 10 Hz delta, a frequency correlated with alpha waves, associated with relaxed alertness. Different beat pairings can entrain different states. Delta 0.5 to 4 Hz deep sleep, subconscious access. Theta 4 to 8 Hz creativity, meditation, intuitive download. Alpha 8 to 12 Hz calm focus, receptivity. Beta 12 to 30 Hz alertness, problem solving. Gamma 30 to 100 Hz peak states, memory recall, timeline merging. This isn't theoretical, it's physics. When you wear headphones and listen to a properly calibrated binaural track, your brainwaves begin to match that state, which means your electromagnetic field also matches it. And that opens specific access windows in the quantum field. 2. Solfeggio frequencies. These are a set of ancient tonal frequencies believed to be mathematically consistent with the patterns of creation, nature, and DNA repair. Each frequency has a distinct energetic signature. 396 Hz liberates fear and guilt. 417 Hz facilitates change. 528 Hz associated with DNA healing, love frequency. 639 Hz harmonizes relationships. 741 Hz cleanses cells and expressions. 852 Hz awakens intuition. 963 Hz activates pineal gland, higher self-resonance. Whether or not you subscribe to the metaphysical layer, here's what's undeniable. When you expose your field to these frequencies for 5 to 15 minutes, your emotional state begins to shift without effort. You're not being convinced. You're being entrained. You're not hoping. You're being repatterned. 3. Isochronic tones. Unlike binaural beats, which require headphones, isochronic tones use single pulsing tones that can be played through open speakers. They create a rhythmic pulse that entrains the brain similarly, but through amplitude modulation instead of frequency separation. They are ideal for environments where full headphone immersion isn't possible, or when you want to influence the space as well as your internal state. 4. Harmonics and overtones. This is where things get even more embodied. Human voices, especially trained in throat singing, overtone chanting, or harmonic vocalization, can create multiple frequencies at once. These layered frequencies can open emotional blocks, clear stagnant energy, unlock suppressed field codes, stimulate coherence between chakras or energy centers. When you chant a single note with intention and proper tonality, you are vibrating your own internal organs into alignment. This is not philosophy, it's sonic medicine. Now that we've broken down the sound types, here's how to use them for specific quantum effects. For emotional recalibration within 5 minutes. 396 Hz or 417 Hz solfeggio. Delta binaural beat. Slow, grounding overtone chant on a deep vowel sound, oo or ah. For intention setting. 528 Hz solfeggio, paired with breathwork. Theta beat for intuitive access. Whispered affirmations layered over harmonic tones. For subconscious reprogramming. Play theta binaural beats during deep rest or immediately before sleep. Layer with field-aligned scripting in your own voice. Repeat the same vocal track nightly for 21 days. For field clearing, use isochronic tones in your space. Play 741 Hz through speakers as you visualize releasing energetic debris. Add toning with your own voice over it. A low hum vibrating in your chest. 4 quantum leaps and timeline access. Gamma beats for acceleration. 963 Hz solfeggio to access higher self-signal. Combine with journaled intent and stillness afterward. These tools don't replace your frequency. They amplify it. Think of them like field tuning forks. You bring the signal. They increase the strength, clarity, and spread of that signal until the field can't ignore it. Let's close this part with a ritual you can use anytime your field feels muddy, confused, or blocked. Sound portal reset. 10 minutes. Sit or lie down. Put on headphones. Play a theta binaural beat plus 528 Hz solfeggio overlay. Close your eyes. Breathe deeply. Do not try to think. After 3 minutes, whisper out loud. I reset this field now. The old signal is complete. I receive the new code. Lie in silence with the sound, allowing your breath to find natural rhythm. When you rise, move slowly. You're not the same person who lay down. Your field has shifted, and the probabilities have already begun to reorganize. Next, we step away from technology and into the original sound field of Earth. Because the greatest tuning tools don't come from headphones or software. They come from nature itself and her timeless frequency of coherence. Let's get into it. Now that you've experienced the engineered power of sound tuning, it's time to reconnect with something even more ancient and arguably more powerful. The original frequency field, the Earth's field. Because long before there were solfeggio scales and binaural programs, there was something else. The forest, the ocean, the open sky, the stillness of rock, the hum of wind, the resonance of rain. These are not background settings. They are active field technologies. And they don't just feel good. They entrain your system, gently, deeply, consistently. Let's start with the fundamental frequency that governs Earth's coherence. The Schumann resonance. It's a standing electromagnetic wave created between the Earth's surface and the ionosphere. It pulses at a baseline of 7.83 Hz, a frequency in the theta brainwave range, which means every time you're in direct connection with the Earth, barefoot on soil, lying in grass, submerged in water, your brain and heart begin syncing to that frequency. This is why time seems to slow down in nature. It's not psychological. It's neurological. It's electromagnetic. You're syncing to Earth's calm coherence loop. And as that sync deepens, your nervous system resets, your signal clears, your field reorganizes. This is not optional. It's required maintenance for anyone operating with higher frequencies. Because higher frequencies need a stable grounding loop, or else they create chaos in the system. Nature provides that ground. Let's explore how. 1. Forest fields. Trees are not passive observers. They emit bioelectrical fields that interact with yours. When you stand near a tree, especially one hundreds of years old, you're standing next to a frequency anchor. That tree has weathered storms, adapted to seasons, and continued growing in stillness. This frequency is stability. Place your hand on its bark. Breathe. Let your field match it. Don't ask. Don't seek. Just receive. The recalibration happens without words. 2. Oceanic resonance. The ocean vibrates in long, slow waves. Each wave carries low-frequency sound that penetrates your body, clearing mental loops, emotional static, and energy smog. You don't have to swim. You don't even have to touch the water. Sit near it. Let your ears and chest absorb the rhythm. Your heartbeat will begin to entrain to the pulse of the tide. Your breath will slow. Your field will soften. This is not relaxation. This is signal harmonization. 3. Barefoot grounding. Standing barefoot on soil, grass, sand, or stone connects your body to Earth's electron field. That field literally neutralizes inflammation, oxidative stress, and static charge built up from artificial environments. 10 minutes of barefoot contact does more to restore your electromagnetic rhythm than most advanced practices. Try this. Stand still. Feel your heels settle. Breathe slowly through your nose. Say in your mind, I entrain to the original field now. Your system will begin downloading coherence. 4. Sky field absorption. The sky is not empty. It's a plasma field, an active layer of charged particles constantly interacting with your body's field. When you gaze at open sky, especially at dawn, dusk, or under moonlight, your eyes send signals to your pineal gland, balancing circadian rhythm and melatonin. But more subtly, your upper field begins to expand. Try 5 minutes of silent sky gazing. Don't seek meaning. Just let your gaze soften. Let your crown feel open. You're not looking up. You're receiving vertical data. 5. Rain and thunder. Storms are not disruptive, they're clarifying. The sound of rain carries fractal patterns that recalibrate scattered fields. Thunder emits extremely low frequencies, ELFs, that stimulate deep subconscious layers. Next time it rains, open a window. Sit with the sound. Let it break apart dense signals. Let it clean your frequency layers. Let nature run her original cleansing protocol on your system. Now let's give you a practice to use nature as your personal tuning chamber. Nature field entrainment. 15 minutes. Go outside. Choose one element. Tree, water, soil, or sky. Place one hand on your heart. One on your belly. Breathe in through your nose for 4, out for 6. Say silently, match my field to the earth's now. Stay present. Let your breath and brainwaves slow. Let the reset happen. This is not about spiritual performance. It's about energetic sanity. You're not meditating. You're returning to resonance. Because Earth is the original field tuner. And she always knows your base frequency. Next, we'll explore how to tell when all this tuning has actually worked. Because sometimes the shifts are subtle until they're not. And there are unmistakable signs that tell you, you've just stepped into a new reality stream. Let's get into it. At this point, your frequency isn't theoretical. You've cleared the signal. You've purified the field. You've used sound, silence, breath, dreams, posture, even Earth herself. You're not tuning anymore, you're transmitting. But that raises the next question. How do you know it's working? How can you be sure you're not just feeling different, but that your external timeline has actually shifted? This is where most people lose momentum because their field has changed, but they're still looking for confirmation the way they did before. But a new frequency doesn't produce the same signs. It speaks a new language. Let's decode that language right now. Here are the core indicators of a real-time timeline shift. Glitch signs, field friction, probabilistic rearrangement, energetic dissonance fallout, acceleration of alignment. Each one may seem random if you don't know what you're looking for, but together, they paint a picture of massive field movement. Let's break them down. 1. Glitch signs. These are subtle but unmistakable. The rules you were used to suddenly don't apply. Examples. You check your calendar and something is missing or changed. You remember a message someone sent, but now it never existed. You go to find an item and it's not where it was, then shows up again later. You experience déjà vu but in a direction that makes no linear sense. These glitches are not failures in memory or mistakes. They're the residue of collapsed timelines. The system is smoothing over the break, but the echo is still present. If you're noticing glitch signs, here's what's really happening. Your field has fully exited one timeline and is in the early stages of stabilizing into the next. You're in the soft merge phase, where certain quantum markers haven't fully resolved. Don't resist. Don't get paranoid. Just acknowledge, I've stepped out of alignment with a previous thread. Stabilizing now. That's it. You just passed the first test. 2. Field friction. This is when things suddenly start resisting in unexpected places. Tech breaks down. People misunderstand you. Random tension erupts. Your schedule scrambles. Time seems to distort. This isn't punishment. It's not bad energy. It's field friction. The new frequency is clashing with embedded scripts from the old one. It's like installing new software on an old machine. You get lags, conflicts, crashes until the system adapts. Here's the key. If the friction is happening where there used to be ease, you're not regressing. You're being recalibrated for higher coherence. Speak this aloud when field friction shows up. This friction confirms the new alignment. I release the need to decode it. My system is updating. Watch what happens next. 3. Probabilistic rearrangement. This is where things start shifting around you. Fast. You'll notice a sudden influx of new people or messages. Opportunities you forgot about reappear. Priorities shift on their own. Old problems dissolve without you fixing them. Events move, cancel, or reschedule without you forcing anything. This is the field rethreading your outer life to match the upgraded inner one. You didn't try to control it. You didn't manifest it. You simply tuned, and reality responded in kind. This is where many start to feel dizzy or unsure, because the tempo increases. You're not in a lull. You're in quantum convergence. Let it move. Let the rearrangement happen. Don't anchor to anything prematurely. Let the higher configuration finish assembling. 4. Energetic dissonance fallout. This is when certain things fall away faster than you're emotionally prepared for. Relationships end. Offers disappear. Habits lose all charge. Identities feel foreign. Desires vanish without warning. This is not you self-sabotaging. It's your field shedding what no longer fits the new frequency. And sometimes you'll feel grief without knowing why. That grief is timeline detachment. It's the body releasing emotional cords to a version of you that no longer exists. Let it move through. Cry if needed. Breathe through the release. You are becoming unrecognizable to your former self. And that is exactly what tuning is for. 5. Acceleration of alignment. Here's when you know the shift has fully landed. You start seeing unprompted messages confirming your intention. Numbers, names, phrases, or symbols showing up within 24 to 48 hours of holding a new frequency. People reflecting back your energy with zero prompting. Projects speeding up. Signs arriving before you even ask. You're not trying to manifest. You're simply becoming magnetically congruent. This is your field confirming. We're live. This timeline is operational. And when it starts happening consistently, you don't question it anymore. You expect feedback. You expect synchronicity. You expect alignment. Not from entitlement. From tuning certainty. Let's give you a personal recalibration scan. Something to use every week to verify your signal status. Field shift audit. 5 minutes. Sit still. Breathe deeply. Ask inwardly. Am I operating on the same frequency I was last week? Notice. Where has friction appeared? Where have doors closed? Where have they opened? Ask. What is trying to stabilize right now? Close your eyes. Whisper. I trust this shift. I don't need to track it. I am already on the other side. You don't need to watch every pixel of the transition. You just need to keep your signal clear. And now you know how to feel the proof in your body, your reality, your feedback loop. But what if it still feels like the old energy is pulling you back? What if you have a day that completely contradicts your tuning? Is it failure? No, it's field recalibration. Let's go there now. You felt the shift. The synchronicity began. The feedback loop was working. And then out of nowhere, resistance hit. You felt heavy, disconnected, low energy, irritable, doubtful, off track. Sound familiar? This is where most people collapse the new timeline. Not because the shift didn't happen, but because they misinterpret the recalibration. Let's state this clearly. Bad days are not failures. They are field recalibration events. Your system is purging, realigning, and updating its capacity to stabilize the new frequency. That discomfort? It's the energy that can't come with you anymore. Let's explore what recalibration really means and how to move through it without regressing. There are 3 types of recalibration resistance: energetic detox, emotional compression, field wobble feedback. 1. Energetic detox. This shows up as random fatigue, sudden mood swings, restlessness, sensory overload, sleep disruptions. This happens because your field, now operating at a higher frequency, begins purging density. That density may be emotional, hormonal, or even electrochemical. Your body is the carrier and its cleaning house. Do not overanalyze these symptoms. Instead, support the release. Drink clean water. Reduce stimulation. Move gently. Use sound, breath, or grounding to assist the purge. Speak this during the process. My field is reorganizing. This is purification, not regression. I support the shift. You are not broken. You are detoxing the vibration of a former self. 2. Emotional compression. This is when old wounds, patterns, or thoughts reappear, often amplified. You feel unloved. You fear loss. You question everything. You feel like you're going backward. But this is not re-entry. It's compression before release. Like a splinter coming to the surface, the energy must pass through awareness one last time before it exits. Don't re-identify with it. Witness it. Name it. Don't explain it. Don't react to it. Just say, this is the emotional echo of the timeline I've left. It is surfacing to be released, not recycled. Then move, dance, shake, walk, breathe. Let your body assist the release instead of anchoring the energy deeper through resistance. 3. Field wobble feedback. This is the most subtle, but also the most dangerous if misunderstood. You start doubting the shift itself. Maybe I imagined the alignment. Nothing's actually changing. I should lower my expectations. Was I just delusional? Maybe this isn't real. This is not logical analysis. It's field wobble, the natural destabilization that occurs when a new frequency challenges the identity of the old one. Your mind tries to pull you back into coherence with the previous signal, not because it's right, but because it's familiar. The solution is not to argue. It's to anchor. Use this command. I remember the signal. I choose stability, not familiarity. I anchor in the new. Say it out loud. Then reinforce with action. Speak your new frequency. Move like the upgraded self. Revisit the quantum menu. Touch something that belongs to the timeline you're choosing. This isn't performance. It's energetic reinforcement. Let's give you a process to move through resistance with speed and clarity. Recalibration protocol. 10 minutes. Sit, breathe, ask, is this resistance or is this regression? If it's charged, emotional, or confusing, it's resistance. Name what's surfacing. Shame, fear, fatigue, doubt, grief. Say aloud, I am experiencing temporary distortion. This energy is clearing. It is not who I am. This moment is proof I am expanding. Choose one stabilizing action. Ground outside. Play a tuning frequency. Drink water while holding your intention. Write a single sentence. I return to resonance now. You've just completed a recalibration sequence. The energy will shift within minutes because you didn't collapse into the signal. You witnessed it. And now, instead of going back, your field has fortified itself against re-entry into the old loop. Recalibration is not optional. It's not punishment. It's integration. You're expanding faster than your nervous system can always keep up with. And each of these waves is a sign that you're not stuck. You're metabolizing power. Next, we move into that new identity more fully. You've touched it. Now it's time to become the version of you who lives it every day. Let's get into it. By now, your field has shifted. You've tuned your frequency. You've experienced timeline markers. You've survived recalibration. You've felt the glitches, the friction, the momentum. And yet, the old version still tries to creep in. The past timeline doesn't die quietly. It lingers, tempts, seduces. It whispers, just come back for a moment. It's safe here. This isn't imagination. This is quantum detox. Let's be clear. Old timelines are not gone the moment you change. They remain energetically available, hovering like browser tabs you haven't closed. And if you're not conscious, your system, wired for familiarity, can reopen those tabs even after you've shifted. This is why so many people relapse into behaviors, emotions, and dynamics they swore they were done with. Because detoxing the field is not just energetic. It's neurological, emotional, and spatial. Let's break this down. There are 4 primary hooks the old timeline uses to pull you back. Energetic residue, environmental anchors, identity attachments, emotional echo loops. Let's look at each one and how to neutralize them. 1. Energetic residue. Every interaction, thought, and habit leaves behind a vibrational imprint. Even after you've made the shift mentally, the residue can linger in your space, your devices, your nervous system, your digital content, your physical posture. And if left unchecked, that residue can reactivate the old timeline by broadcasting mixed signals. Here's the protocol. Clean your space, physically and energetically. Close tabs, delete files, archive old conversations. Reset digital environments to match your new frequency. Replace items that hold the charge of the past. Don't delay. Every day you wait, your new frequency becomes vulnerable to contamination. 2. Environmental anchors. The timeline you're trying to leave had a habitat, and environments are powerful anchors of behavior and identity. If you keep waking up in the same bed, looking at the same photos, walking the same route, using the same objects, you are energetically reinforcing a version of you that no longer exists. You don't need a full life makeover. You need a field refresh. Start here. Move 7 things in your living space. Shift their position, remove or replace. Add 3 new frequency-aligned objects. Plants, symbols, textures, or tools. Change your waking routine by 10 minutes. Shift timing, order, or light exposure. These aren't productivity hacks. They're field destabilizers for the old pattern. You're shaking the anchors loose. And when you do, the old field begins to lose its grip. 3. Identity attachments. Perhaps the most insidious pull of the past timeline is the version of you that existed within it. The you who was always trying to be understood. The you who found identity in struggle. The you who earned love by overfunctioning. The you who always needed a project to fix. This you doesn't go quietly, because identity creates stability, even if it's painful. And your nervous system, if left unchecked, will fight to return to the identity that felt normal, even if it was misaligned. Neutralize this by naming the old identity out loud. For example, I release the identity of the overexerted fixer. I no longer stabilize through scarcity patterns. The self who earned worth by proving value is complete. Say it clearly. Don't sugarcoat it. You are not losing anything. You are disidentifying from an expired signal. Follow with, I now stabilize as the version who operates from desired frequency, peace, trust, sovereignty, abundance, etc. This is not affirmation. This is field restructuring. 4. Emotional echo loops. This is the final trap. You feel the old emotion, and you assume it means the old reality is still active. It's not. You're simply experiencing emotional residue being cleared from your system. Don't relive it. Don't reattach to it. Don't assign it a story. Just say, this is the echo, not the now. It's leaving, not returning. Then redirect your behavior in the direction of your chosen frequency. Emotion is not fact. It's vibration. And all vibration is subject to your field authority if you claim it. Let's give you a protocol to move through the quantum detox without falling back into the trap of the past. Timeline Detox Protocol. Again, ask, what in my field still belongs to the old identity? Look for physical objects, digital signals, routines, visual stimuli. Clear, remove, cleanse, delete, or shift 3+ anchors right now. Redeclare. Say, I am no longer tethered to the frequency of name the identity. I now stabilize as name the new one. Take one action that confirms the new version, however small. Repeat this weekly until you feel zero emotional charge when remembering the past version of you. You'll know the detox is complete when you stop checking back. You stop explaining the shift. You stop defending the change. You forget to feel the old weight. You move through former triggers like they never belonged to you. That's when the field has deleted the old thread. And now it's time to construct the new identity. One that doesn't wobble. One that doesn't seek proof. One that doesn't collapse. Next, we lock in the full self, the field-matched version of you that becomes a reality anchor in motion. Let's get into it. You've released the old thread. You've detoxed the attachments. You've survived the recalibration. Now we enter one of the most empowering and misunderstood acts of quantum tuning, crafting the new self, not through imagination, not through self-help, not through emotional hype, but through signal alignment. Because here's the truth. The quantum field doesn't respond to who you were. It doesn't respond to who you hope to become. It responds to the version of you that you act from right now. The self you stabilize as becomes the reality you stabilize into. This is the tuned identity, and it's built through congruence across 4 domains: belief, behavior, environment, expectation. Let's map each domain and activate the version of you that matches the life you're now tuned into. 1. Belief. This is not about what you think is possible. It's about what you believe is normal. Because normal is what your field defaults to. And your default setting is what calibrates probability. So ask, what version of me sees this new timeline as inevitable? What thoughts are reflexive in that version? What stories do they no longer tell? Then install those beliefs through micro-repetition. Examples. Of course I'm supported. It's natural for things to move quickly. Stability is my baseline. I operate in aligned acceleration. People reflect my clarity back to me. Don't try to believe. Just repeat until familiar. Your field doesn't require drama. It requires consistency. 2. Behavior. Nothing rewires identity faster than action under pressure. So now we ask, what does the tuned version of me do when no one is watching? How does that version respond to uncertainty? What boundaries are effortless to hold? What decisions no longer require overthinking? Then implement 1 micro-behavior per day that reflects this version. Examples. Saying no with clarity. Prioritizing rest before burnout. Acting on intuitive nudges within seconds. Following through without external validation. Don't try to do everything at once. Identity locks when your nervous system gets used to making the higher frequency decision even in low-pressure moments. 3. Environment. We touched this during detox. Now we reinforce it, because your external world is either mirroring your field or distorting it. Tune your identity by aligning your space. Visuals that match your frequency. Soundscapes that reflect your calm. Digital content that supports the new signal. Clothing that evokes your tuned version. Light, scent, touch, all congruent with the version you're becoming. You don't need a mansion. You need a coherent microenvironment. Even 1 corner of your home, fully tuned to your signal, can become your identity charging station. 4. Expectation. This is the final frontier. Because expectation isn't belief. It's the energetic posture of your field. It's what you silently assume will happen, even if you never say it aloud. You can't fake this. You must install it. How? By rehearsing the feeling of it before the evidence arrives. Examples. Walk as if you've already received the email. Speak as if the collaboration is already happening. Eat like someone who trusts their trajectory. Sleep like the timeline is locked. Expectation doesn't mean force. It means zero drag. It means you've stopped watching the clock. Let's finalize this with an identity fusion ritual you can use daily to stabilize the version of you that matches your field. Tuned identity ritual. Stand still. Ground your feet. Say aloud, I now operate from the identity that holds. Name your timeline. I act, think, and receive from that frequency now. Breathe. Let 1 image of the tuned version appear. Choose 1 behavior right now that affirms that version. Do it immediately. Seal it with this phrase. This version is not future. It's now. I match it fully. And here's the final truth. You do not become the version you desire by chasing it. You install it as your normal. And when it's normal, the field responds accordingly. Because the quantum doesn't deliver based on what you want. It delivers based on who you already are. Next, we take this even further by fusing all layers of your being into 1 coherent transmission. Thought, emotion, behavior, space, all pulsing in harmony. You're not just aligned. You're fused. Let's get into it. You've established your tuned identity. You've detached from the old field. You've reclaimed your signal clarity. Now, it's time to do what only a few ever attempt. Fuse the entire system, because tuning one part of you isn't enough. A high-vibe thought doesn't shift your field if your emotions resist it. Cleaned-up emotions won't shift your field if your actions contradict them. Inspired actions mean little if your environment drags your signal back down. What you need now is field fusion, the state where every part of your being is broadcasting the same signal. That means your thoughts, emotions, actions, and environment must stop acting like competing apps on an overloaded system and become a single operating frequency. Let's be clear. Fusion is not perfection. Fusion is congruence. It's when all parts of your inner and outer system send the same message. The result? Timelines respond faster. Manifestation becomes smoother. Resistance evaporates. And feedback becomes unmistakably clear. Here's how to initiate field fusion step by step. We'll examine each layer: thought, emotion, action, environment, and then we'll fuse them together into one self-reinforcing energetic field. 1. Thought alignment. This is not about policing your thoughts. It's about leading with aligned cognitive structure. Start with 3 simple calibrations. Is this thought past-focused or future-shaping? Does this thought stabilize my chosen identity? Would I want this thought to be broadcast as my energetic headline? If the answer to any of these is no, discard or reframe the thought. You're not entertaining every visitor in your mental house. You're becoming editor-in-chief of your internal narrative. New practice: 3 times daily, pause and ask, what's the dominant thought in my field right now? Does it align with my next timeline? If not, overwrite it immediately, don't negotiate with it. 2. Emotion alignment. Emotions are not secondary. They are amplifiers. If thought is the blueprint, emotion is the charge that electrifies it. Unfelt emotion distorts signal. Suppressed emotion fractures clarity. But here's the key. You don't need to feel happy all the time. You need to feel in alignment. That means integrity over comfort, ownership over suppression, presence over avoidance. Check your current emotion with this calibration. Is this emotion congruent with my chosen frequency? If not, is it being processed or recycled? Fusion means you allow emotion to flow, but not dictate your identity. Create a daily scan. Where is emotion building? What needs acknowledgement? What can be released now without analysis? 1 emotional release a day clears your field for acceleration. 3. Action alignment. Here's where the rubber meets reality. Most tuning fails here, not because people aren't thinking clearly or feeling deeply, but because their actions betray their intention. Alignment in action means you move in the direction of your field, not your fear. You stop making energetic exceptions, just this once. You take small but consistent actions that confirm the version of you you've chosen. Fusion doesn't require grand moves. It requires behavior that doesn't contradict your signal. Ask, what is the most aligned next move? Not the most impressive, not the most logical, but the one that confirms my frequency. Then do that. Immediately, field fusion solidifies through physical reinforcement. 4. Environment alignment. Your space either seals or scrambles your signal. We already began this shift during your timeline detox, but now it's time to optimize. Environmental congruence includes visuals. What do you see when you wake up? Auditory input. What are you hearing throughout the day? Textures and materials. Do they support calm, clarity, or chaos? Lighting. Does your space support circadian coherence? Digital stimuli. Are your screens reinforcing your identity or diffusing it? Field fusion requires no contradiction. Even one dissonant element, like a cluttered workspace, chaotic feed, or stress-inducing soundtrack, can weaken your signal's structural coherence. This is not about aesthetic. It's about frequency fidelity. Now, how do we fuse these 4 into one? Through field synchronization ritual. Stand still. Breathe deeply. Feel your body root down and your crown open. Speak aloud. I align my thought with clarity. I align my emotion with truth. I align my action with purpose. I align my environment with resonance. Close your eyes. Let your system merge. Feel all 4 domains pulling into a single frequency band. Then move. Speak. Clean. Decide. From that fused field. This is not daily maintenance. This is total field harmonization. When it clicks, you'll feel it instantly. Time compresses. Flow increases. People reflect you perfectly. You stop questioning what's real because your reality is you. This is field fusion. And now you're ready to go even further, not just as someone tuned in, but as someone whose signal pulls reality toward them like a gravitational force. Let's move into that next. Fusion has happened. Your thoughts, feelings, actions, and space are no longer competing. They're synchronized. But synchronization isn't the final destination. It's the activation state, because now the field doesn't just hear your signal. It begins to respond to it like a magnet. You're no longer chasing synchronicity. You're not waiting for confirmation. You're not seeking alignment. You've become the source. You've become a reality-shaping field. Let's define what that actually means. A reality-shaping field is a personal electromagnetic structure that attracts resonance-based opportunities automatically, alters outcomes through presence alone, shapes perception and decision flow in others, stabilizes new probabilities faster than external logic would predict. You are no longer reacting to the quantum. You are influencing it directly. There are 3 core characteristics of this magnetic field state: energetic gravity, field saturation, outcome precision. Let's look at each. 1. Energetic gravity. When you've tuned long enough and fused deeply enough, your field begins to emit an unmistakable gravitational pull. People notice you without you needing attention. Opportunities find you before you articulate the desire. Information appears at just the right moment, without you searching for it. This is not coincidence. This is the field responding to coherence. You've become predictable not in behavior, but in frequency. And the quantum rewards predictable resonance with accelerated feedback. To strengthen this gravity, you must stay consistent even when no one is watching. That's how your field learns to anchor. 2. Field saturation. This refers to how completely your energy fills your life. Is your frequency limited to your meditation cushion and journaling hours? Or does it saturate your emails, conversations, eating, walking, and sleeping? Field saturation happens when you're the same signal when you're alone and when you're with others. You don't shift tone to gain approval or soften frequency for comfort. Your identity doesn't fragment under stress. You walk as the field. To increase saturation, practice non-fragmented presence. One voice, one pace, one frequency, everywhere. You don't dilute. You amplify through presence. 3. Outcome precision. This is when your signal becomes surgical. You think, reality shifts. You speak, doors open. You withdraw energy, things dissolve. You energize, things accelerate. You don't need a vision board. You send commands with your field. And here's the key. The more precise your inner signal, the less action you need to take externally. Your clarity becomes causal. Your intention becomes infrastructure. Your presence becomes enough, but only if the field is stable. Let's give you a process to move from strong signal to magnetic force. Reality shaping activation. Pause and assess. Is my current frequency specific enough to magnetize the exact outcomes I desire? Refine. Write one sentence that describes your signal, not your want, your frequency. I hold the resonance of elegant clarity and accelerated flow. I move as someone who effortlessly stabilizes abundance. My field transmits unshakable certainty. Embody. Choose 3 microbehaviors today that prove your field is active. Cancel the meeting that feels dissonant. Edit your offer to reflect your clarity. Speak the aligned sentence instead of the familiar one. Anchor. Use this vocal code. My field doesn't wait. My field shapes. My field calls what matches. Repeat this out loud. Daily. Not for magic, but to vibrate into inevitability. Because reality is not passive. And neither are you. You are now a shaping force. And when you walk into a room, speak a sentence, or press send on a message, the field reconfigures. Next, we'll explore the observation effect, how noticing reality literally changes its form, and how to wield that principle with conscious accuracy. Let's get into it. You've become a signal. You've stabilized the identity. You've activated magnetic attraction. Now, you're ready to wield one of the most powerful, underutilized quantum levers available to any human being. Conscious observation. You may think observation is passive, just watching. But that's the illusion. In the quantum realm, observation collapses probability. This is not theory. It's verified physics. What exists in pure potential remains fluid until an observer measures, notices, or expects it. And when it's noticed, it snaps into form, which means where you place your attention is not just a reflection of what you care about, it's the construction site of your future. Let's say that again. Your attention is the construction site of your next reality. Every time you focus, even for a moment, your electromagnetic field collapses waveforms into outcomes. So the real question becomes, what are you unconsciously stabilizing? Just by noticing it repeatedly. Let's break this down further. There are two types of observation: active conscious observation, passive reactive observation. Only one of these makes you a reality artist. The other makes you a participant in someone else's timeline. Passive reactive observation is what most people live in, watching social media feeds that collapse someone else's projected frequency, reacting to negative emotions without recognizing what they're stabilizing, replaying fears internally, thinking it's self-protection, mentally scanning for what might go wrong. Every time you do this, you're collapsing low-resonance timelines into form without realizing it. It's not punishment, it's just tuning. You're tuning into fear and watching it crystallize. But then, there's active conscious observation. This is the alchemist's tool. This is what makes timelines shift without hustle. It includes looking at your reality not for what it is, but for what it's pointing to, watching subtle signs and understanding them as feedback loops, observing emotional reactions and knowing their energetic signals, noticing moments of alignment as confirmation, not coincidence. Here's an example. You receive a text out of nowhere from someone aligned with your new frequency. You don't brush it off. You stop. You feel it. You say aloud, "This is timeline confirmation. I see it. I stabilize it." In that moment, your conscious observation turns a coincidence into a collapse point. Your field sharpens. Reality accelerates. Because what you acknowledge with presence, you amplify with power. Let's take this even further. 3 observation upgrades you can use right now. Micro-confirmation awareness. Every time something happens that reflects your tuned identity, acknowledge it, out loud, with specificity. Example, that was a match for my clarity frequency. I see it. Disruption decoding. When things seem to go wrong, don't collapse into emotion. Ask, what timeline distortion is being corrected right now? Then hold attention on the stabilizing opportunity, not the chaos. Signal recognition scripting. Start your day by telling your field what to show you. Today, show me proof that my magnetic signal is working. Then, observe. Don't force. Just watch with presence. Now, a warning. The moment you obsessively check whether something is working, you destabilize the very outcome you're trying to receive. Why? Because checking comes from doubt, and doubt tunes the field back to lack. So instead of checking, you shift into clean observing. Clean observing says, I watch not to confirm fear, but to confirm resonance. And when you do, here's what happens. Feedback loops speed up. Signals become sharper. You need less effort for bigger shifts. Reality feels intimate, alive, responsive. You're no longer living in a cold universe. You're in a living feedback field. Let's anchor this with a daily practice. Observer field calibration. Upon waking, place one hand on your chest. Say, today, I observe consciously. I collapse outcomes that reflect my frequency. Set a signal to watch for. Example, show me one symbol of my next timeline already arriving. Throughout the day, when synchronicity arises, stop. Say, confirmed. More of this. Stabilized. Before bed, close your eyes. Ask, what did I observe into being today? This is not spiritual performance. This is field leverage. You're not just watching reality. You're shaping it frame by frame with every conscious gaze. Next, we shift from observing to navigating. Because life doesn't wait. And the field doesn't ask for a plan. It asks for energetic decisions, the kind only your field can make. Let's go there now. You've watched your field sharpen. You've seen reality respond. Now it's time to make decisions, not from the mind, not from fear, not from what used to work, but from the most powerful guidance system you have, your tuned field. Let's address something right away. Most decisions aren't hard because they're complicated. They're hard because the mind tries to override what the field already knows. Your tuned self already feels the signal. But the untrained mind kicks in. What if it's the wrong time? What will people think? How do I justify this logically? What if I fail? None of that is field-based. All of that is historical encoding, the echoes of old timelines trying to protect you from expansion. But here's the truth. Intuition is not guesswork. It's quantum navigation, and your field picks up on subtle resonance signals before your conscious mind ever does. Let's get very practical. There are 3 channels through which field-based decisions flow. Energetic contraction or expansion, future timeline echo, somatic yes or no. Let's map each one. 1. Energetic contraction or expansion. This is the immediate felt sense of whether something opens or closes your signal. Example, you receive an offer. You pause. Feel your chest, your gut, your breath. If your system opens, breathing gets easier, posture relaxes, energy rises, that's expansion. If your system tightens, breath shortens, shoulders tense, mind spirals, that's contraction. This is not emotion. This is energetic truth. Use this prompt. Does this path expand my field, even if it scares my ego? If yes, lean in. If no, pause. Realign. Wait for clarity. 2. Future timeline echo. This is the flash of knowing that comes from your future self. You imagine taking the step, and in your body you feel the feedback of that future reality. Does it feel dense or electric? Do you sense confusion or confidence? Does it pull you forward or anchor you backward? You're not forecasting. You're tuning to a signal that already exists, and your job isn't to figure it all out. Your job is to feel the echo, then decide now based on that future signal. This is where most people short-circuit. They wait for external proof. But the field doesn't give proof first. It gives resonance. And only those who act from resonance get the reality that matches. 3. Somatic yes or no. Your body is an instrument. When properly attuned, it becomes a truth amplifier. Train it to answer with binary clarity. Sit still. Pose a question. Then observe. Leaning forward. Warmth in chest. Breath ease equals yes. Heaviness. Neck tension. Gut drop equals no. This works only when your system is calm, not charged by desire or fear. Create calm first. Then ask. Your body will answer in micro-movements. Subtle. Immediate. Unmistakable. Let's now craft a decision-making process that you can use daily, especially when facing uncertainty or crossroads. Field decision protocol. Pause. Shut the mind down. Breathe deeply. State the choice aloud. Feel the expansion or contraction. Run the timeline echo. Visualize taking the step. Ask, does my future field send confirmation? Ask your body, is this aligned now? If all 3 channels say yes, act immediately. If unsure, pause. Not from fear, from respect for the signal. Then reinforce with this mantra. My field is my compass. My frequency makes the map. My decisions shape the terrain. The benefit of field-based decisions? You don't need to explain them. You stop second-guessing. You take action faster. You correct course without shame. Because now, you're no longer a reactive mind navigating chaos. You're a tuned field sculpting order. Next, we'll discover how even tiny energetic shifts compound into massive reality pivots. The field doesn't care about scale, it cares about alignment. Let's get into that next. At this point, you're tuned. You're aligned. You're moving with precision and from signal-based decisions. But here's what most don't realize. You don't need a major breakthrough to trigger a timeline shift. You need momentum. And momentum in the quantum field doesn't come from massive action. It comes from micro-aligned movement, repeated with consistency. This is the realm of quantum compounding. Let's define it. Quantum momentum is the energetic acceleration that builds when multiple small, aligned shifts compound into a field-wide resonance cascade. In simpler terms, one clear thought becomes a better choice. One aligned choice shifts your emotion. One elevated emotion changes your perception. That perception alters your opportunity field. New options show up. You act again. The field snowballs. This isn't personal development. This is energetic mechanics. Let's break this down into real application. There are 5 keys to triggering quantum momentum. The 2% frequency shift. The frictionless first step. The compound echo principle. The anchor and amplify loop. The no reset mindset. 1. The 2% frequency shift. You don't need to change your life in one move. You need to elevate your field by 2% today. That could look like waking up 10 minutes earlier to ground, drinking your water with intention, saying no where you used to say yes, speaking one truth that aligns your frequency. This 2% shift does something crucial. It changes the field trajectory just enough that the next move becomes easier. The mistake? People wait for the 100% perfect day to start the 100% perfect plan. But the field doesn't operate that way. It responds immediately to the slightest increase in congruence. 2. The frictionless first step. Most never gain momentum because their first step is too big. The nervous system resists. The ego panics. The field wobbles. Solution: design your shift around lowest resistance, highest resonance. Ask, what is the easiest, most aligned thing I can do right now that affirms my next timeline? Then do that. Examples: sending one message, moving your body for 5 minutes, choosing music that reflects your signal, cleaning one corner of your space, saying one field-aligned sentence aloud. Momentum doesn't start big. It starts undeniably. 3. The compound echo principle. Each aligned microshift sends an echo into the quantum, and those echoes begin to stack. The result? Unexpected clarity, serendipitous timing, resources appearing, people entering your field, events reordering themselves. You didn't make it happen. You just created field pressure through repetition. Here's how to harness this. Track 3 microshifts daily. Then each night speak this aloud. These small moves are creating big waves. My field is stacking coherence. My reality is catching up. You're not doing more. You're just repeating clarity faster than confusion can take hold. 4. The anchor and amplify loop. Every aligned move creates a frequency spike. If you anchor it with emotion, environment, or expression, it sticks. If you amplify it with a second aligned act soon after, it becomes momentum. Here's a loop you can run anytime. Make one aligned choice. Speak a sentence that confirms it. Touch something, object, clothing, space, that feels like the new timeline. Do one more thing that aligns with the same frequency. You've now created a looped reinforcement signal. Repeat it again tomorrow. That's how you become unstoppable. 5. The no reset mindset. Most momentum dies here. They mess up one day and reset the whole timeline. But tuning is not linear. It's field dynamic. You don't lose all progress by slipping. You lose it by identifying with the slip. Here's your correction protocol. Name the wobble. Breathe. Say aloud, I re-enter clarity now. Do one small act that matches the field you're choosing. No drama. No reset. Just realignment. Momentum is not about perfection. It's about minimizing drag and maximizing signal density over time. Let's give you a usable practice for this. Quantum Momentum Builder. Morning, choose your 2% shift. Name it. Today, I increase clarity by specific act. Midday, Anchor one move with an amplify loop. Example. Send message, speak truth, touch anchor object, do one more align thing. Evening. Acknowledge compound signals. Ask, what shifted because I shifted today? Then say, my field is stacking power. The shift is permanent. This isn't optional. This is how timelines actually move. One small shift held becomes 10. 10 shifts trigger new probability. You're not stuck. You're one decision away from new momentum. And now that you've created internal forward motion, let's bring all your scattered energetic fragments back into this timeline. Because your full power is still dispersed across old identities and paths never taken. Let's reclaim it now. There's a reason your field still feels like it hasn't reached full density. Even with all the tuning, even with all the coherence, even with the momentum building, it's because you haven't recalled all of your energy. Your field is still leaking power into past identities, regret timelines, suppressed desires, alternate versions of you that never got integrated. You've left quantum bookmarks everywhere you've ever emotionally anchored. And until those bookmarks are cleared or reclaimed, you're operating at reduced bandwidth. This is where we introduce the process of reality remixing. What is it? It's the deliberate act of retrieving energy from fractured timelines and integrating it into your current field, so you become complete, potent, and forward only. Let's break this down into clear pathways. You can recall energy from unlived selves, frozen trauma moments, energetic overinvestment in old narratives, false future projections. Each holds a chunk of your power. Let's get it back. 1. Unlived selves. These are the versions of you who didn't take that opportunity, gave up the dream, suppressed their true voice, buried their creativity to survive. You don't need to regret them. You need to extract their signal and bring it here. How? Sit still. Ask, what part of me is still holding unlived potential? You'll feel a subtle charge. Maybe sadness. Maybe longing. Then say, I thank the version of me who carried this energy. I reclaim this power now. It belongs to this timeline. Feel it return. Don't analyze. Just integrate. 2. Frozen trauma moments. Trauma doesn't just create emotional pain. It creates energetic fragmentation. A piece of you stays frozen in that moment. You may have moved on physically, but energetically, part of your power is still trapped there. Here's the protocol. Recall a moment that still holds emotional charge. Breathe into it. Witness it. Don't relive, just observe. Say, this is no longer who I am. I release the imprint. I retrieve the energy now. Feel the field shift. You are defragmenting your timeline. 3. Energetic overinvestment in old narratives. Every story you've told yourself repeatedly, especially ones tied to victimhood, failure, or lack, became an energetic loop. And every loop holds a slice of your power. To collapse the loop, identify one old story that feels true but heavy. Speak it aloud once. Then say, I no longer invest energy in this frequency. I recall every watt of power spent keeping this alive. Then destroy the symbol of that story. Delete, write, and burn. Erase from your field. Your power is now unbound. 4. False future projections. Yes, even imagined futures can leak your energy. If you've spent months or years emotionally investing in a version of the future that's no longer aligned, you've got power trapped in a forecast that will never arrive. To retrieve it, name the future vision that feels dead or misaligned. Say, that timeline is complete. I release it with honor. I recall all power projected there. Your present field strengthens instantly. You've now closed the open tabs. Let's integrate all of this through one ritual. Reality remix integration. Sit, close your eyes. Call forward all versions of you still holding power elsewhere. Don't force. Just let images or sensations arise. One by one, speak to each. Thank you. You held this for me. I bring you home now. Visualize each fragment returning into your chest, spine, hands, and crown. Watch your field grow denser, clearer. Finish with, I no longer fracture. I no longer leak. I now operate as one complete frequency. You are now a consolidated field. You don't need to be everything you could have been. You just need all your available energy now. And with that energy, we're about to redesign the blueprint of your reality, not from hope, but from encoded signal. Let's imprint your desires into the quantum consciously. You've reclaimed the lost fragments. You've recentered your energy. You've become present in your own signal completely. Now you're ready to do what few dare, not just visualize desires, but embed them directly into the fabric of the field. This is where dreams stop being projections and become codes inside your energetic architecture. Because let's get real, desire alone doesn't shift reality, creates tension, longing, delay. But desire encoded into the field, that creates alignment, probability shifts, materialization. So here's the shift we're making now. From wanting to imprinting, from I hope I get it to my field is now shaped around this. This is the process of blueprint rewriting, building a new energetic structure that tells the field, this is the version of life I'm tuned to. Match it. Let's map this clearly. A blueprint has 3 layers. Energetic geometry, the structure of your desire. Emotion signal match, the fuel behind it. Field installation, the embedding process. 1. Energetic geometry, structure your desire. The field doesn't respond to vague wants. It responds to geometrically precise signals that reflect stabilized identity and resonance. This means, don't just say, I want abundance, or I want love, or I want freedom. That's noise. Blueprint rewriting requires shape. Ask, what does abundance look like for me in daily action? What does love feel like moment by moment? What does freedom change in my environment and choices? Then distill it into a frequency formula. Example, abundance, spaciousness plus overflow plus ease. Love, safety plus transparency plus play. Freedom, autonomy plus flow plus trust. This is your energetic geometry. These are the codes the field can work with. 2. Emotion signal match. Feel the blueprint before it's physical. You've shaped the structure. Now you need to charge it. The charge is emotion, not craving, not longing, not begging, but stabilized resonance. Your field says, this emotion is already normal here. You don't need to give it to me. I'm it. This is the difference between attraction and desperation. To activate the match, visualize the geometry you shaped. Feel the signal that matches it without trying to make it happen. Hold that for 2 minutes. Then say, I am this now. If you do this consistently, the field begins to predict you as that version. And when the field predicts you, reality follows suit. 3. Field installation. Embed the blueprint. Now we install. You've shaped the desire. You've matched the emotion. Now you embed it into your energetic operating system. How? By repetition plus symbolic reinforcement plus aligned behavior. Here's the 3-part installation sequence. Repetition. Every morning and night, speak your blueprint sentence. I now operate inside a field of insert frequency formula. It is normal. It is stabilizing. It is expressed through me. B. Symbolic reinforcement. Place 3 physical symbols around you that hold the energy of the new blueprint. Could be a crystal, piece of clothing, a digital image, a phrase on your phone background, a scent or song. Every time you see or use it, say internally, this is a node of the new field. C. Aligned micromoves. Each day, make one decision or take one action that matches your field, not your history. Examples. Send a message from abundance, not fear. Decorate a corner of your space to reflect the future timeline. Speak from trust, not defensiveness. Every action tells the field, this is real. This is me. Make it stable. This is how you stop dreaming and start structuring your life as a dream made solid. Let's now anchor all of this with a ritual. Field blueprint encoding. Stand up, root down, breathe deeply, say aloud, I now carry the blueprint of your frequency formula. This energy lives in my thoughts, words, body, space, and choices. It is no longer a vision. It is architecture. Place your hand on your chest. Whisper. Install. Activate. Lock. You're not chasing outcomes. You're becoming the architecture that births them. And now that the blueprint is installed, let's make sure the field doesn't snap back. Let's make this shift permanent. The blueprint is live. The field is hot. Momentum is here. But there's one thing left to do, and it separates those who have moments from those who live a new timeline permanently. You need to anchor the shift, because the field, as responsive as it is, also has elastic memory. If you don't hold the new signal with enough consistency, it tries to bounce back to the last stabilized version of you. Not to punish, just to preserve energy. That's why anchoring matters. Anchoring means you stop checking for signs. You stop testing the shift. You stop seeking validation. You hold the frequency as if nothing else is possible. Let's break down how to actually do this. Anchoring consists of 5 stabilization principles: energetic lock-in, behavioral redundancy, nervous system training, environmental continuity, loop resistance protocol. 1. Energetic lock-in. Right after a major shift, your field is still flexible. It's moldable but fragile. To lock it in, you must declare it real before it shows up fully. Speak daily. This is the new norm. This is not a high. I've stabilized. The shift has already occurred. I'm simply living the afterglow. You're not pretending. You're coding. The field follows instruction. Give it the right one. 2. Behavioral redundancy. Humans anchor reality through repetition. So you must repeat aligned behaviors until they feel boringly normal. That's when the field says, "Oh, this isn't a test. This is who we are now." Choose 3 micro-behaviors that reflect your new field. Repeat them daily for 30 days. Examples: starting your day without checking your phone. Spending 5 minutes speaking your field formula aloud. Closing the day with gratitude as if your timeline is fully materialized. Repetition is reality cement. Use it. 3. Nervous system training. Your nervous system was trained by the old field. You must now rewire it to tolerate higher frequency stability. Here's how. Daily breathwork. Expand your body's capacity to hold calm. Cold water exposure. Train your system to stay grounded under intensity. Laughter and movement. Signal safety and celebration into your baseline. You're telling your body, we don't need chaos to feel alive. We stabilize in clarity now. And once the body believes it, so does the field. 4. Environmental continuity. Your space must now become a permanent support system for your new field. Remove any visual, auditory, or energetic elements that evoke past versions. Reinforce loops. Symbolize confusion or delay. Replace them with frequency-aligned visuals, supportive soundscapes, objects or textures that match your new blueprint. The more your space echoes your shift, the less likely your field is to revert. 5. Loop resistance protocol. You will be tempted, not by failure, but by old familiarity. You'll want to check. Is it working? You'll crave comfort in old behaviors, but you must resist the loop trigger. Use this mantra: I don't loop, I lock. When resistance arises, pause, feel it, speak. That was then. This is now. Act in direct contradiction to the old loop. Example: old you would explain yourself in a conflict. New you pauses, breathes, and says nothing. You've just broken a loop. The field updates. Let's give you an anchoring ritual to solidify the shift. Field lock-in ritual. Wake up. Sit still. Feel your body. Ask, what is true about me now that wasn't a week ago? Speak it aloud. I'm someone who understands. I stabilize as underscore. My field reflects. Choose one act of reinforcement. A journal entry. A voice note. A micro-aligned move. A recalibration of your calendar. Close your eyes. Whisper. Locked. Integrated. Permanent. This is not mental affirmation. This is field finalization. And when you treat your new timeline as the only option, the quantum has no choice but to respond. You've tuned. You've installed. You've anchored. Next, we train your nervous system to hold this high frequency sustainably, without burnout, collapse, or signal scatter. Because the final phase of transformation requires embodiment that holds. And that's where we're headed. You've tuned your thoughts. You've aligned your emotions. You've rewritten your energetic blueprint. You've installed and anchored your new reality signature. Now comes the part most skip. And because they skip it, they fall back. Can your body actually hold this frequency? Because while the mind can accept the new identity, and the emotions can rehearse it for a while, your nervous system is the final gatekeeper. If it's not trained to tolerate expanded states, it will crash them the moment you hit pressure, conflict, or uncharted growth. The result? Emotional reversals, field instability, self-sabotage, identity regression. This is why you don't just manifest a timeline. You must become the vessel that can sustain it. So today is about field burn-in. Field burn-in is the biological and energetic process of installing a frequency into the nervous system so that it becomes your new regulated norm. It's where elevated states become unremarkable, not because they're rare, but because they're stabilized. Let's break down how to train this. You're going to need to understand the nervous system set point, somatic disruption and reprogramming, signal holding under pressure, coherence circuit installation. 1. The nervous system set point. Everyone has a limit, not just physically but energetically. Your nervous system has been conditioned to normalize a certain baseline of emotion, income, intimacy, creativity, safety. Raise it too fast without support, you'll short-circuit. Your field will revert to what feels familiar, not what you desire. To raise the set point, increase stimulation gently while reinforcing grounding. Expand exposure to desired states without expectation. Practice safety in elevated emotions, joy, pride, clarity, not just survival. Ask, what is my current edge of comfort in holding expansion, and how do I stretch it by 5% today? Then act at that edge. 2. Somatic disruption and reprogramming. You can't talk your nervous system into a new pattern. You must feel your way there. Your body holds micro-responses, flinches, breath holds, tension patterns that indicate when it doesn't trust a new frequency. You need to disrupt them consciously. Practice. Breathe into tension when it arises. Speak safety codes aloud. We are safe in this growth. Move your body through the discomfort instead of numbing. The body must become a channel, not a blocker. This is how signal flow increases. 3. Signal holding under pressure. Most people lose alignment the moment they're triggered. But those who maintain coherence under stress, they collapse new timelines in real time. The key is, don't react, don't explain, don't regress. Instead, inhale slowly. Name the trigger internally. Affirm the signal aloud. My frequency is unshaken. Move from clarity, not history. This is field embodiment. Not just during meditation, but in the moment it matters most. That's when your signal gets burned in. 4. Coherence circuit installation. To truly hold higher frequency, you need biological consistency. This means daily repetition of practices that wire heart-brain connection, gut signal integrity, breath state congruence. Here's a daily template to install coherence circuits. Morning, 3-minute coherence breathing, 5 in, 5 out. Speak. Today I hold signal regardless of circumstance. Midday, grounding movement, walk, shake, stretch, repeat. This field is safe. This body is trustworthy. Evening, cold water splash or shower to reset vagus nerve. Journal. Where did I hold signal today? Where can I increase? You're not managing stress. You're training your system to expand capacity. Because if you want the field to give you more, you must become the vessel that can receive without spilling. Now, let's reinforce this biologically. Field burn-in activation. Sit quietly. Place one hand on heart, one on your solar plexus. Breathe deeply and speak aloud. I authorize this body to carry higher signal. I allow my nervous system to regulate in expansion. My baseline has shifted. I am the vessel now. Hold breath for 5 seconds at the top. Release slowly. Feel the charge settle. That's lock-in. Every day you do this, you send the message. This is not a high. This is home. And the body, your oldest field, listens. Now that your nervous system can carry this upgrade, let's pull back the lens completely and see the holographic projection of your field in the external world. Because everything you see is already a feedback mirror. Let's decode it now. Your body is now stable. Your signal is embedded. You've learned to respond rather than react. You're ready to see the full map. The world around you is not separate from you. It is your field projected outward in real-time holographic feedback. This is not metaphor. This is mechanics. The moment you shifted your internal field, your entire perceptual environment adjusted to reflect it. Every person, every challenge, every unexpected moment is not random, is not noise, is your signal bounced back through form. Welcome to holographic reality. Let's define it. A holographic field means your external reality is a multidimensional mirror of your internal frequency. Any part of the whole contains the signature of the whole. What seems outside is actually a feedback loop from your energetic broadcast. This means that annoying conversation, feedback. That delay in results, feedback. That moment of effortless flow, feedback. That new offer, idea, or insight, also feedback. So how do you navigate this consciously? With field-based pattern recognition. You begin decoding the hologram like a master tuner. Let's break this into usable lenses, reflective events, emotional echoes, symbolic appearances, alignment confirmations. 1. Reflective events. Every event you encounter carries an imprint of your current dominant frequency. Lost a client? Not rejection. Field misalignment correction. Unexpected opportunity? Not luck. Resonance response. The key is to ask, what part of me is this reflecting? Not to judge, to calibrate. This turns every event into an adjustment tool. 2. Emotional echoes. When something triggers you emotionally, don't ask, why did this happen? Ask, what field signal created a match for this? If you're irritated by someone's energy, explore, where am I leaking this energy in my own field? What part of me needs stabilization? If you're moved by something beautiful, ask, what part of my field is ready to express this more fully? The emotion is a directional tool inside the hologram. 3. Symbolic appearances. Sometimes the field speaks in images, repeating numbers, animal totems, snippets of conversation, dream fragments. None of it is random. All of it is quantum code. You are always in a living conversation with the hologram. The question is, are you reading it or ignoring it? New practice. When something unusual stands out, pause, breathe, ask, what is the signal underneath this symbol? Trust what you feel. That's your tuner sharpening. 4. Alignment confirmations. These are the small yes moments. You think of someone, they call. You speak a desire, an opportunity echoes it within hours. You clean your space, and emotional clarity lands. These are timeline clicks. When they happen, stop. Say, confirmed. This is the signal I stabilize. The more you acknowledge feedback, the tighter the loop becomes. And then, reality responds almost immediately to every shift. Let's create a daily holographic reality protocol to strengthen this. Hologram decoder practice. Morning. Set your filter. Today, I read my life as feedback. Choose a field question. What part of me is asking to evolve today? Midday. Notice patterns, conversations, challenges. Ask, what signal am I seeing mirrored back? Evening. Journal or speak. Today my field showed me a Declare any needed recalibration. I now refine my signal to underserve. Update received. This is how life stops being reactive chaos and starts being an interactive quantum interface. You're not living in the world. You're living through your field, projected outward as time, space, people, and events. Now that you can read the map, you're ready to amplify the signal by aligning it with others. Because when group fields converge, power multiplies fast. And that's where we go next. You've mastered your field as an individual. You've seen how internal shifts generate external synchrony. You've decoded reality as holographic, reflected, and responsive. Now comes the next exponential phase, group field amplification. Because as powerful as a single coherent signal is, when multiple tuned individuals converge on a shared frequency, the effect isn't just additive, it's multiplicative. In physics, this is resonance stacking. In consciousness, it's field convergence. You've felt it before. That moment when a room lights up with aligned energy. That high vibration conversation that left you expanded for hours. That creative collaboration where ideas flowed faster than thought. These aren't accidents. They are the byproduct of synchronized quantum coherence between multiple human fields. And here's the core idea. Your personal field is the foundation, but collective convergence is the amplifier. Let's decode exactly how this works. There are 3 principles you need to understand. Coherence magnification, energetic compatibility versus contagion, timeline co-creation through shared frequency. 1. Coherence magnification. When 2 or more coherent individuals come together, their fields begin to entrain. Meaning, the stronger signal pulls the weaker one into harmony, provided there's openness. This is why one clear person can lift a room. A few clear people can shift a team. A coherent group can generate literal timeline acceleration. It's not about numbers, it's about signal purity. A tightly tuned trio can shift more reality than 1,000 people in emotional chaos. So your first job? Become coherence. Don't seek it, emit it. Your frequency becomes an invitation, and the aligned find you. 2. Energetic compatibility versus contagion. Not all energy merges are beneficial. You must now discern the difference between energetic compatibility, 2 or more fields sharing aligned intent, clear emotional tone, and synchronized pace. Energetic contagion, your stable field being distorted by someone operating in a chaotic, unconscious pattern. Here's how to tell. If you feel energized, clarified, or inspired after interaction, compatibility. If you feel drained, mentally scattered, or physically tight, contagion. No judgment, just data. Use this phrase to reset the field if needed. This is not my signal. I return to clarity now. And remember, you're not obligated to sync with every frequency. You are responsible for choosing the ones that match your trajectory. 3. Timeline co-creation through shared frequency. When a group of aligned fields stabilizes around a shared vision, the result is collective timeline anchoring. Think of it like this. You're tuning to a version of reality where a specific outcome exists. Another tuned person joins you not in effort but in signal match. Now that timeline isn't a possibility, it's becoming probable. This is how movements begin. This is how breakthroughs manifest. This is how improbable becomes inevitable. The key? Shared frequency first, shared goals second. The field cares more about coherence than content. Let's turn this into a daily activation. Group field amplifier. Identify one person in your life with field congruence. Doesn't matter if it's about business, healing, or evolution. Initiate a frequency-focused connection. Begin your call or meeting with 30 seconds of breathing and intentional alignment. Let our fields tune in resonance for the highest shared outcome. Speak from coherence, not agenda. Share what's clear, what's alive, what's stabilizing in your field. Close the interaction with an anchor statement. This convergence has multiplied possibility. We stabilize the upgraded timeline together. You'll feel the difference. Not hype, harmonic expansion. Over time, build a constellation of aligned connections. People who remind your field of its power, not its past. Because frequency loves frequency, and convergence collapses waiting. Now that you've multiplied your own signal through others, it's time to go one level higher. Start imprinting your field into every room you enter. Let's make you the shift everywhere you go. You're stabilized. You're entrained. You're amplified. Now the field is asking for something bigger. Don't just hold the frequency, leave a trail. Because every space you walk into, every person you meet, every interaction you engage in, you are already imprinting energy. The question is, are you doing it unconsciously? Or are you choosing to make that imprint a signal of upgrade? This is the concept of quantum imprinting. Here's what it means. Your electromagnetic field leaves behind subtle but measurable traces of energy in every environment you touch, like footprints in sand, but resonance-based. This is how people remember how they felt around you, even if they forget what you said. A room can feel lighter or heavier depending on who was just in it. Some places feel sacred, while others feel sticky or draining. You're already leaving trails. Now it's time to do it with precision. Let's break this down. There are 4 imprint zones to master: spatial imprinting, conversational coding, energetic residue management, signal echo engineering. 1. Spatial imprinting. Every space holds memory. When you walk into a room, ask, what energy was just here? What energy am I bringing in? What energy do I choose to leave behind? Before speaking, simply breathe your field outward with intention. This doesn't require words, just coherence. Say internally, my signal is stable. My presence upgrades this space. Then act as if the room is already responding, because it is. 2. Conversational coding. Words carry vibration, but tone and presence carry even more. When speaking, slow your pace to signal authority and alignment. Drop into your body to radiate calm clarity. Infuse your words with frequency, not force. Ask before responding, what field does this person need to feel? Not just hear, then speak from that resonance. You're not just talking, you're imprinting. 3. Energetic residue management. After interactions, check your field. Do you feel depleted? Did you lose clarity or strength? Is there lingering emotion that isn't yours? Use this simple protocol. Close your eyes. Sweep your hands over your body. Say, I return all non-mine energy now. I recall my full signal. You're not just clearing energy. You're resetting your trail to clean. 4. Signal echo engineering. This is next-level imprinting. You don't just leave energy behind. You embed echoes, resonant cues that continue activating long after you've left. Example, a message you send that keeps revealing clarity over days. A space you arrange that continues radiating coherence. A gesture or phrase that becomes a catalyst for someone's timeline shift. To install an echo, use this mantra internally. May this imprint carry upgrade beyond this moment. You've just programmed the field to repeat the signal. Let's make this a daily imprint ritual. Quantum imprint activation. Before engaging with a person or space, pause, breathe, say, my field is calibrated. I choose to imprint coherence. During the interaction, stay tuned to your breath, body, and tone. Speak from the outcome, not the emotion. Leave a phrase or gesture encoded with clarity. After the interaction, scan yourself. Did you amplify or absorb? Speak. All imprints complete. All trails aligned. This is how you become the quiet transformer. Not by pushing, not by convincing, but by simply being so tuned, your presence shifts the probability field wherever you are. You don't need permission. You don't need titles. You don't need attention. You are now a living frequency signature, an energetic author, a quiet architect of reality. And guess what? The field is listening, always. So next, we sharpen your side of that ongoing quantum conversation and teach you how to communicate with the field in real time, fluently. You've been broadcasting, you've been encoding, you've been imprinting. But what if you're not alone in the dialogue? What if the field is replying? Because that's the truth. Reality is not static. It's an intelligent mirror, and it's always in conversation with your signal. You speak through your frequency. The field speaks back through symbols, echoed phrases, unexpected events, delays, accelerations, intuition bursts. Most ignore the responses, or misread them, or worse, argue with them. But you're about to start conversing with the field consciously. This is the missing link for so many. They visualize, they affirm, they act, but they don't listen. Let's break this into 3 simple but transformative realizations. You're already in a two-way dialogue. Silence, symbols, and synchronicity are replies. Feedback equals field correction, not failure. 1. You're already in a two-way dialogue. The moment you emit a coherent signal, through intention, thought, or emotion, the field begins adjusting. It's not waiting. It's not judging. It's responding. And every external detail starts reshaping to reflect that signal shift. But here's the key. The field doesn't use English. It speaks in pattern and resonance. So if you're looking for language, you'll miss the message. The conversation might look like a person echoing your exact phrase, a canceled meeting that makes space for something better, an intuitive nudge that seems random but reroutes you to a shortcut. You're already being spoken to. Start interpreting it as such. 2. Silence, symbols, and synchronicity are replies. Sometimes you'll emit a signal and hear nothing back. No synchronicity, no confirmation, no shift. That silence is part of the dialogue. It often means the field is reorganizing probability. Your signal was received but not sustained. You're being shown where you're out of congruence. Silence is not denial. It's request for deeper clarity. Then there's symbolism. You say, I want clarity. The next day, 3 birds land in front of your car. That's not nothing. That's signal returned in metaphor. Learn to ask, if this moment were a message, what would it mean? You'll be shocked how often your intuition answers before your mind can argue. And then there's synchronicity. Those perfectly timed moments, that's alignment echoing. When you tune, and the field replies with mirrored motion, say aloud, I see you. I acknowledge. I stabilize here. Every time you name it, you reinforce it. 3. Feedback equals field correction, not failure. Now, what about when something goes wrong? The delay, the miscommunication, the frustration. Here's the reframe. Those aren't obstacles. They are course corrections. The field is saying, this part of your frequency is out of sync. Adjust here. But most people respond with panic. You'll respond with presence. Here's the protocol. When resistance hits, pause. Say, field, I hear you. What needs alignment? Wait, let the response land. Not in your head, but your body. Act on the smallest clear adjustment. That shift mid-response is you showing the field, I'm tuned, I'm listening, I'm adaptable. And the field, it responds faster every time. Let's install this into a daily awareness upgrade. Field conversation calibration. Morning, speak. Today I listen to more than sound. I read more than surface. Throughout the day, when something stands out, pause. Ask, message or moment? When something repeats, name it, this is my feedback loop. Evening, reflect on any field responses. Speak, thank you for the dialogue. I'll respond with clarity tomorrow. You're not manifesting, you're communicating. And now that you're fluent in receiving signal, you're ready to accelerate everything. Because tuned coherence collapses delay. It bends what we think of as time. And that's where we go next. Up to now, you've been tuning, aligning, coordinating intention with reality, learning the language of the field. But now you're going to encounter something astonishing. Time itself no longer behaves normally in a coherent field. You've probably sensed it already. When you're in alignment, hours vanish. When you're off course, minutes drag. When you're fully present, the right thing appears just in time. And sometimes you ask for something, and it shows up before you even finish asking. This is not illusion. This is quantum time compression. Let's get clear. The field responds not to clock time, but to signal strength. Strong, coherent fields create temporal distortion. And this isn't mystical, it's measurable. Let's unpack how this actually works. there are four essential shifts that occur. Perceptual flow, time expansion inside presence. Timeline folding, probability collapsing into now. Momentum echo, fast action creates faster reality. Delay collapse, when resistance is cleared, results accelerate. 1. Perceptual flow, time expansion inside presence. When you are fully present, time expands internally. You achieve what would normally take hours in minutes. This is the essence of flow state. Your nervous system is regulated. Your attention is undivided. Your field is tuned. Time becomes elastic. You don't rush, but somehow everything gets done. To trigger this, remove distraction. Name your focus. Ask, what wants to move through me right now? Act with zero resistance. You'll feel it. Breath slows. Mind clears. The field moves with you, not against you. This is field time, different from linear time. 2. Timeline folding, probability collapsing into now. When your signal is coherent, it acts like a gravitational pull. It doesn't ask the field. It pulls the matching timeline into convergence. This is why things show up early. Why what you need finds you. Why delays dissolve. You've compressed distance through resonance match. It's not about working harder. It's about reducing energetic noise until the desired path becomes the only clear option. Then suddenly it's here. To activate timeline folding, state your intention clearly. Visualize from the felt reality, not imagination. Release attachment. Take one micromove in alignment. Let the field handle compression. You'll notice things happen out of order, skipped steps, leaps without visible ladders. That's the field bending time around your signal. 3. Momentum echo. Fast action creates faster reality. There's another layer. When you act quickly, without hesitation, but from coherence, you send a clear message to the field. This signal is stable and urgent. The field mirrors this with acceleration. It's a kind of frequency echo. Your speed of aligned action is matched by speed of outcome. To use this, when a clear intuition hits, move immediately. Don't ask, is this the best move? Ask, is this coherent with my signal? If yes, act. Momentum is not speed for speed's sake. It's frequency expressed through choice. And speed reinforces confidence, which reinforces signal stability, which bends time tighter. 4. Delay collapse. When resistance is cleared, results accelerate. Delays aren't punishment. They're feedback. When something takes longer than expected, don't ask, why isn't it here yet? Ask, what part of my signal isn't ready to receive it? Because the field never withholds, it synchronizes. And if you're emitting fear, doubt, or ambivalence, it protects you from collapse by creating pause. Clear the resistance and results accelerate instantly. To do this, identify the dominant friction thought. Speak it aloud. Then ask, what frequency would this thought disappear in? Shift into that frequency before taking another step. That's how you collapse delay. The result? Time no longer limits you. Let's solidify this with a tuning. Field time compression protocol. Morning. Speak. Time follows my signal. My field compresses delay. During tasks, ask, is this moment being stretched or collapsed by my frequency? Adjust breath and body into flow. When receiving, say, this arrived right on time, because I'm tuned to precision. If things delay, whisper, my field is adjusting alignment, not rejecting results. I relax into correction. This is your new time paradigm. Linear is optional. Effort is minimal. Acceleration is normal. You are now not just a participant in time. You're a conductor of temporal coherence. And next, we bring all the threads together. Every principle, every shift, every tuning. We draw the full map of your quantum reality architecture. Up until now, you've explored dozens of angles. You've tuned your thoughts, your emotions, your body, your environment. You've recalibrated relationships, reprogrammed your nervous system, decoded feedback from reality. You've been assembling pieces of a puzzle, and now the full picture comes into view. This is the moment you see it all. The tuned reality matrix, the architecture of your quantum field, the complete system through which you select timelines and shape probability. What was once mysterious becomes mappable. What felt intangible now reveals its logic. Here's the truth. Your field is not chaos. It's a structured matrix of energetic layers, each one interacting to filter, amplify, or distort what becomes real in your experience. And this matrix has 9 functional layers. Each one has a role. Each one must be tuned. Here they are: thought signature, emotional tone, somatic resonance, energetic hygiene, heart field coherence, environmental mirror, social frequency field, signal imprint loop, timeline selection mechanism. Let's break them down. 1. Thought signature. Every thought sends a code. Not just a vague vibe, but a measurable pattern. This layer governs the direction of your tuning dial. If you shift this layer, you shift where the field points your awareness. 2. Emotional tone. Thoughts guide, but emotions fuel. This layer charges the signal. Positive emotion isn't required. What matters is emotional congruence. Your field responds to the integrity of your emotion, not its category. 3. Somatic resonance. Your body stores frequency memory. Posture, breath, and movement encode the physical signal the field uses to read how stable you are. If you think abundance but hold tension, the field registers scarcity. 4. Energetic hygiene. This layer controls noise, unprocessed emotion, ambient field pollution, digital frequency scatter. It all clutters your broadcast. Clean field equals clear results. 5. Heart field coherence. This is the tuning fork. When your heart rhythm and brainwave patterns sync, your field amplifies exponentially. This is the difference between casual intention and quantum instruction. 6. Environmental mirror. Your space reflects your frequency. Cluttered space equals scattered signal. Aligned space equals field reinforcement. Your room is your resonance amplifier or your leak. 7. Social frequency field. Every person you engage with modifies your field. This layer is often ignored, and it's where most people lose momentum. Conscious social curation is non-negotiable at this level. 8. Signal imprint loop. You've seen this: patterns that repeat, themes that echo. This layer records your dominant frequency imprint and replays it through circumstance. The good news? You can rewrite this loop through deliberate signal disruption. 9. Timeline selection mechanism. This is the master switch. Once the above layers align, this mechanism activates. It pulls the matching timeline from potential into probability into physicality. It doesn't respond to desperation. It responds to field integrity. Together, these 9 layers form your tuned matrix. They interact dynamically. A misalignment in one creates static in others. Coherence across them creates quantum acceleration. Let's simplify this into a living process. Every day, ask, what is my dominant thought signature? Is my emotional tone fueling or fogging my signal? What is my body saying to the field? Is my energy clean or cluttered? Is my heart synced with my mind? Does my space reinforce my new frequency? Who am I letting into my broadcast loop? What pattern is repeating? And what's it telling me? Am I living as the version of me who belongs on the next timeline? The moment you answer these with clarity, the matrix stabilizes, and reality shifts noticeably, irreversibly, rapidly. Now you're not just responding to life. You're seeing the entire architecture of how you create it. Let's integrate this fully now. Reality matrix calibration. Stand still. Breathe. Feel the space around your body. Speak aloud. My thoughts, emotions, body, and energy are in coherence. My space, relationships, and environment reflect my chosen signal. I imprint with clarity. I stabilize the field. I select aligned timelines. This matrix is not outside me. It is mine. It is live. It is listening. Breathe again. Let the structure settle. You are not guessing anymore. You are tuning reality. So the next natural move is this: Stop seeking. Start selecting. You've mapped the matrix. You've studied the layers. You've trained the nervous system. You've read the field. You've imprinted it. Now comes the final role shift. You are no longer the seeker. You are the tuner. That means you stop asking, how do I make it happen? You start asking, what signal aligns me with the version of me where it's already normal? Because tuning isn't effort. It's precision of frequency. You're not trying to fix anything. You're selecting your alignment like a station on a dial. And here's the new framework you now embody. Selection over struggle. Frequency first, form follows. Micro-adjustment equals macro-shift. Tuning equals identity expression. 1. Selection over struggle. Most people try to brute force their way through life. You no longer do that, because you understand what you experience is not created by action, it's filtered by frequency. Struggle is not noble. It's often just evidence of a misaligned field trying to override signal with force. Selection looks like pausing before reacting, asking, what version of me is this? Shifting posture, breath, and focus. Acting from the signal of where you're going, not where you've been. You're not forcing change. You're replacing static with resonance. 2. Frequency first, form follows. You've fully embodied this now. Form is downstream from frequency. This means you don't chase outcomes, you generate the field they respond to. You don't analyze symptoms, you trace them back to signal distortions. You don't hope for results. You expect them because your tuning is accurate. This flips everything. It removes urgency, kills doubt. It dissolves confusion, because every outcome becomes just a probability expression of your current signal. Want a new outcome? Don't push harder. Tune better. 3. Micro-adjustment equals macro-shift. Tuning is subtle. It doesn't require dramatic life overhauls. It requires micro-precision in your signal. You've already seen this. One breath shift equals different conversation. One posture correction equals restored clarity. One word replacement equals whole new trajectory. The tuner knows this. The field doesn't need volume. It needs clarity. So you stop looking for big changes. You start looking for small congruence shifts. That's how the timeline bends. 4. Tuning equals identity expression. This is where it locks in. You're not trying to become someone. You're expressing who you already are on the next timeline. Tuning becomes identity. You don't act as if. You act as is. Every thought, tone, outfit, message, movement, it becomes the broadcast of who you are as a signal. The tuner walks into the room and reality shifts. Not because of charisma, because of coherence. Let's seal this into your body now. Tuner identity activation. Close your eyes. Stand tall. Feel your feet. Speak slowly. I am not searching. I am selecting. I am not becoming. I am tuning. I broadcast who I already am on the timeline I choose. My life arranges itself around my coherence. This is not a role. This is my identity now. Hold breath. Let it anchor. Exhale. Now every interaction becomes field expression. Every choice is a signal refinement. Every moment is a tuning opportunity. You are the tuner now. And next, we step into the lifestyle that keeps you tuned. Not once, not occasionally, but daily, rhythmically, effortlessly. Because miracles aren't one-time events in a tuned field. They're a way of life. This is the moment where everything condenses. Not into theory, not into a concept, but into a lifestyle. You've shifted. You've upgraded. You've remembered that reality is not something that happens to you. It's something that responds to your signal. And now there's no going back. Because the field has felt your clarity. And your future has already begun folding in. So this final upgrade is not about another lesson. It's about installation. How do you live this? Not once, not occasionally, but every single day. Let's break this into a real rhythm. Because frequency loves ritual. And your life is now your tuning device. Here's the framework of the lifestyle. Signal before strategy. Coherence as a daily reset. Micromiracles as feedback confirmation. Non-negotiable tuning rituals. Quantum normalcy. Living as the frequency. 1. Signal before strategy. This is your new operating principle. You don't begin the day with to-do lists. You begin with tuning, because if your field is off, no strategy will compensate. But if your signal is clear, life moves with velocity. Every morning, ask, what signal do I want to stabilize today? What emotional frequency is my foundation? What timeline am I acting from? Then act from that place. Strategy flows after signal, not before. This is how outcomes accelerate and stress disappears. 2. Coherence as a daily reset. You now understand. Heart-brain sync is not optional. It's magnetic. Nervous system clarity is not luxury. It's alignment. Breath isn't just oxygen. It's signal formatting. So, throughout the day, pause for micro-resets. Midday ritual. 1 minute of coherent breath. 1 aligned phrase. I remember who I am. I return to signal. Evening ritual. Field sweep. Hands over body or visualization. Gratitude not just for what happened, but for the frequency you stabilized. This creates momentum without burnout. You don't push through the day. You glide. 3. Micromiracles as feedback confirmation. You no longer dismiss synchronicities. You study them, because every aligned outcome, big or small, is proof of tuning. A stranger echoes your exact thought. A call comes at the precise moment. An idea lands the moment you need it. These are not accidents. They are calibrated echoes. Start tracking them. At the end of each day, reflect. What evidence showed that my field is tuned? What signs revealed that I shifted timelines today? Then say aloud, thank you, field. I see the response. I lock it in. You're not chasing miracles anymore. You're living inside them. 4. Non-negotiable tuning rituals. This lifestyle is sustained not by intensity, but by consistency. Here are your daily anchors. Morning alignment, 5 to 7 minutes. Coherent breathing. Field declaration. Today, I tune to the frequency of undersurf. Visualize your chosen timeline activating. Midday stabilization, 2 minutes. Body check-in. Where am I leaking signal? Quick movement or breath reset. Speak. I restore the broadcast now. Evening integration, 5 minutes. List 3 synchronicities. Acknowledge your field. Thank you for responding. I reinforce this timeline. Release. All signal complete. All energy reclaimed. I rest in coherence. These rituals are not discipline. They are attunement. You brush your teeth. You eat your meals. Now, you tune your field because it shapes every single thing you touch. 5. Quantum normalcy. Living as the frequency. The final shift is identity. This is not a thing you do. This is who you are. You are no longer waiting for alignment, hoping for manifestation, trying to fix anything. You are tuned. You are the cause. You are the field. So what's next? Nothing and everything, because the real magic isn't in the peak. It's in the nonchalant miracle, where money shows up just before you check, where the right person texts without you asking, where clarity lands before you make the decision. All because your field is clear, your broadcast is coherent, and your life has become a living signal. Let's now lock this frequency in. Final integration declaration. Breathe in. Feel your spine. Feel your hands. Feel the space around you. Speak these words with presence. My field is tuned. My signal is strong. My reality reflects my coherence. I do not wait. I do not push. I do not chase. I align, I calibrate, I receive. This is not a technique. This is who I am. Reality listens because I broadcast clearly. My life is a rhythm of miracles. This is my normal now. Exhale. Feel that? That's the moment the field says, confirmed. And now this isn't the end. It's your baseline. You don't revisit this wisdom. You live it. Every conversation, every thought, every timeline choice. You are no longer the effect. You are the tuning fork. And reality sings when you do. This is the quantum tuning lifestyle. This is sovereign field living. And this is the signal you never turn off again. Welcome to the permanent shift.